Thank you very much, dear attendants of the second International Baltic Conference on Healthy Longevity that we are starting right now. It is a great honor, it is a great privilege to be involved in this operation to promote healthy longevity research, development, and education in the Baltic region, in Latvia in particular. A great pleasure, an amazing array of speakers. And I will start with our first greetings. First by Dr. Roland Slapoki, who is currently affiliated with the Precision Medicine Network of Riga, in Riga, and was formerly the advisor to the President of Latvia on smart technologies, specifically medical technologies. So please, now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilia. Good morning, labrīt visiem. When I was about, it's more than 20 years ago, ambassador to Paris, I remember that I was always following what is taking place in sciences and medicine because I used beforehand to be a neuroscientist. And I noticed that there were a lot, the aim of medicine is to treat people. So a lot of people who 100 years before would have died were still living, and there was a kind of a spreading of genes that are not relevant according to Darwinian, I would say, principles. But it is the duty of a doctor. And the other thing that we have all taken notice of is that there is also proliferation of chronic diseases that are appearing because people are living longer. So this is the issue that the civilization has brought new challenges. And so more and more the doctors are not only treating people, but they are working on prevention or early diagnostics. If we're talking about cancer, we're talking about Alzheimer, we're talking about diabetes, or cardiovascular diseases. So I think that it is more than relevant, and I thank you, Ilia, for your all efforts to bring this issue at sooner or later political level of health longevity. For every state, it is important not only to have people living long, but the health span has to coincide more or less with the lifespan. And for that, the new times have brought a lot of data, and the new technologies like artificial intelligence are more and more useful in that sense. So I think I am very happy to also announce at the beginning of this International Baltic Conference on Healthy Longevity, held by the Baltic Longevity Alliances, which you know very well because you contributed to its foundation last year. I will give the floor now to Riga Stradinch Hospital Director. Dr. Lauris Vidzis. I suddenly forgot. So you see, I think I've been chosen as a moderator because I'm an example of longevity, but still here I failed. I couldn't remember the name of Lauris, whom I know well enough, so sorry.
So no worries at all, and I wish I was a doctor. I think there's still a chance probably for me to get there, but thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome to Riga and good morning. Welcome to the second International Baltic Conference of Healthy Longevity. It is my honor as well and a privilege to stand in front of such a distinguished group of researchers, clinicians, innovators, and advocates, all united by shared passion for advancing the science and practice of human longevity. In recent years, we have witnessed extraordinary progress in our understanding of aging and the human lifespan, breakthroughs in genetics, as well as biotechnology and personalized medicine. As we gather here today, we are on the cusp of a new era where age is redefined not by years, but by vitality and the potential of our lives. And it is truly rewarding to see that longevity idea and the concept is expanding as well in the Baltics. And we have to seize this opportunity and make the best out of it. And I believe that by working together, sharing knowledge, and innovating, we can be in the forefront of it. Therefore, we at Paul-Stradinch Clinical University Hospital strongly support this initiative and will provide all the necessary support to develop a platform where the next generation well-care can be born. This conference is more than just a meeting of minds. It is a convergence of visionaries committed to pioneering new frontiers in health span and lifespan extension. Over the 2 days, we will explore cutting-edge research, discuss ethical considerations, and forge collaborations that will shape the future of longevity science. Our journey will be guided by eminent speakers who are at the forefront of their fields. Their insights will challenge us, inspire us, and most importantly, drive us towards our common goal to unlock the secrets of a longer, healthier life for all of us. As we embark on this exciting endeavor, let us remember that our work is not just about adding years to life, but life to years. Together, we have the power to transform the human experience to ensure the gift of longevity is accompanied by a promise of wellness, purpose, and joy. Thank you for being part of this extraordinary gathering. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, to share, and to innovate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ridzis. Now it is my pleasure to invite the instigator of the whole thing, I would say, Ilia Stambler. He is a fellow at the Department of Science, Technology and Society at the Bar-Ilan University in Israel. And you are the Chief Science Officer and Chairman of VETEC Association, which is very much dealing with that. You probably talk about this. You got your PhD from the same university, and you are the author of several books, but one is Longevity Promotion, Multidisciplinary Perspectives. I haven't had the time to read it since yesterday evening, sorry. I didn't take my breakfast, so I didn't. And more than 70 academic papers. Please, Ilia.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is really a pleasure and honor to be here at this event. I am really feeling that we are making a contribution. Our number may be not so great, but we are powerful. We are starting a revolution, a healthy longevity revolution in Latvia, in the Baltic region. Very glad and very proud to be a part of this movement. My topic is a general overview of longevity research, development, and education. I will just go over some of the main ideas in the 20 minutes I have, and later, if we have some questions, you will be welcome, as well as the other speakers. So basically, what are we talking about when we say healthy longevity? What do we need to do? The main idea of longevity medicine or geroscience is that if we're really serious about prevention of age-related diseases, which are basically all the chronic diseases and all the complications of infectious diseases, we have to intervene into the main underlying cause or risk factor, which is the aging process itself. It sounds trivial, but the next step is not trivial. The next step is really to understand what this entails, what the aging process is, how we can intervene, and that's the subject of geroscience and of longevity medicine. This idea that we should prevent disease by intervention into underlying aging process should be obvious during the COVID time, when we saw that all the people were the most vulnerable, with the highest mortality, with the highest severity of disease, because their immune system was compromised, was senescent, So one way to fighting the epidemic, to fighting the COVID crisis would be by intervention into the underlying aging process, by improving the health of older people. Unfortunately, this approach was rather neglected. We did our best to promote it in the media, in press, in the government. Unfortunately, people prefer the more direct silver bullet applications rather than working on underlying health. But the argument remains valid. After the COVID hopefully subsided, we can still prevent other severe and devastating diseases, like heart disease and neurodegenerative diseases, by intervention into aging processes, by improving the underlying health of all the people. And I would argue that because of the fact that we didn't address the aging problem or the aging challenge well during COVID, the results were rather bad, I would say, mildly. During the first 2 years of COVID, the world lost almost 2 years of life expectancy. Think about it. The first time after the Second World War, the entire progress of humanity in terms of life expectancy came down. We were removed by almost 2 years in terms of our expectation of life. So that teaches us the importance of addressing the aging challenge. But now, hopefully, the situation is improving. The COVID crisis is subsiding, and now we see the recovery of life expectancy around the world, especially in Europe. In Europe, it actually returned to pre-COVID values. Now life expectancy in Europe is 81.5 years. And also all the Baltic countries are recovering. In Latvia and Lithuania, just during the period from 2022 to 23, we recovered a year and a half of life expectancy, bringing it back to pre-COVID level, even exceeded by some measure. Same for Estonia. So it is very positive development, but the entire COVID crisis teaches us how important it is to intervene into aging to prevent multiple age-related conditions. And it is feasible to do. There are many proofs of feasibility of intervention into aging, prevention of multiple age-related diseases in animal models and also in some emerging human studies that we need to do more effort to bring from bench to bedside. That is also our work, not just as scientists, but also as advocates for longevity research. There are several classifications of aging processes, such as hallmarks of aging or pillars of aging. And for each major aging process, there are proven interventions that can extend a healthy life, at least in animal models. So yes, it is possible. But once again, our task is to bring these studies from the lab to the clinic as soon as possible, with as much safety and efficacy as possible. An important point is that you cannot treat something, you cannot prevent something that you cannot measure, that you cannot diagnose. And that's the situation with aging. We don't have a consensus definition of aging. What exactly is it that we want to intervene into? How do we measure aging processes? What aging processes are important for prevention? Basically, everything changes with age. Everything can be biomarker of aging. So we still need to develop consensus evaluation criteria for aging, for the most effective and predictive markers of aging that we can modify in order to improve underlying health of all the people. But still, the main idea remains that by intervention into aging, we can prevent multiple age-related diseases. And in other words, this simply means that we need to recognize aging as a treatable medical condition. Call it a disease, a syndrome, an underlying risk factor. We need to give some designation to aging as a medical condition to be able to intervene into it. That's the main premise of geroscience, of longevity medicine. And I'm glad to say that right now, aging is included in the International Classification of Diseases, ICD-11 system, as two categories, as a set of symptoms, the so-called age-related decline of intrinsic capacity, and as an underlying cause or a risk factor or etiology, and that is the aging-associated code. So basically, even now, you can intervene into aging according to ICD, and I'm very glad and proud that also our advocacy contributed to this development as part of the International Longevity Alliance that I represent, as part of the Biogerontology Research Foundation, who are very active to advocate at WHO for this inclusion. Not the original inclusion was made, but already now we can address aging as a medical condition, and that once again shows the importance of public health and research advocacy for improving research and health policy. Still, as we said, we still need consensus definitions, good practices. What do we mean by measuring aging? How can we evaluate the success of interventions? This is important not just to select the most effective, the most promising interventions, but also to filter out quack nostrums, quack remedies. I'm an historian of the field, and I can testify that the history of aging interventions, there will be quite a lot of charlatanry, quite a lot of promises to cure aging, to extend life indefinitely. We are not about that. We are about evidence. We are about evidence-based interventions. And for that, we need to develop evidence-based scientific definitions and evaluation criteria for aging and for success of anti-aging or healthspan improving interventions. That's also part of our work. Some of the articles we published, like in Lancet Health Longevity, and I hope this work continues and more bodies, more institutions are involved, also in Latvia. We do our part in research. I'm an advocate. I'm a chairman of a public professional association called VETEC, Seniority Association, the Movement for Longevity and Quality of Life in Israel, also a board member of Longevity Alliance Baltic, but also have over 70 scientific publications, 2 books. And we also, our main focus is to develop metrics for aging as a prophylactic, as a predictive measure, but also as a way to evaluate the effectiveness of interventions. Our main approach is the use of information theory, together with my colleague, Dr. David Bloch from Beersheba in Israel. We published quite a lot on this, but this is just our contribution, our small brick in this wall of aging research. We encourage more of this discussion to take place with more approaches. And I believe that one of the most effective ways to develop metrics of aging is simply by doing longevity testing, simply by doing human interventions. There's quite a lot of fundamental studies in lab animals, in cultures, in cells. We need to think how all of this will eventually translate into humans. And for that, there's no other way but clinical trials, which are still very much deficient in the aging field. Researchers prefer simply not to deal with aged subjects for various reasons, for confounding reasons. We need to encourage more clinical trials in the aging field. One of that is an example that I was involved in, is the use of mesenchymal stem cells against COVID with a group of Chinese researchers in the beginning of COVID in January 2020. How is it related to aging? We know that mesenchymal stem cells, exosomes, are one of the more promising approaches to treating age-related degeneration. So the idea was, once again, that by intervention to aging, we can improve also outcomes of COVID, as it is very much aging-related, aging-dependent. Indeed, there was some improvements in terms of mortality, survival. But once again, this approach didn't take. It wasn't the mainstream, this kind of intervention. But it's an example that it can be done. There is feasibility. There's different research direction. It doesn't have to be mesenchymal cells. There's a huge area of intervention specifically against the aging of the immune system, against immunosenescence. We won't have too much time to go into this, but the approach is very solid. We just need more human trials on that. All this actually becomes treatments, all this eventually becomes startups and things that you can commercialize. Of course, we need to invest in fundamental basic research, but eventually much of it goes to the clinic and can become very profitable enterprise. For example, here are some of the geoscience-based enterprises in Israel. They all started in universities, in Israeli universities, and then moved toward developing startups. So that's the way forward for many of these interventions, like epigenetic rejuvenation, rejuvenation of the cardiovascular system, stabilization of genome, various important directions that are being right now developed in Israel. And of course, collaborations are always sought, also with Europe, also possibly with Latvia. Just to give a taste of what can be done. And of course, we also don't forget about aging tech, about the gerotechnologies that are also important. We don't focus on that, we focus on biomedical technologies, but that's also an important field that we support, that we cooperate with, but don't focus on this. And of course, we don't forget about the healthy lifestyle, all the things that everyone of us knows or should know, like enough exercise, sufficient and moderate exercise for the older people, moderate and balanced nutrition, life-affirming attitude, enough rest and sleep. All these things are known, but not always practiced, simply because there's not enough education on this area. So longevity education is one of the crucial tasks in longevity promotion, to educate people about healthy lifestyle in conjunction with research. We don't have all the recipes, so we don't know exactly what regimens should be applied to all the people, according to which conditions. So all this intervention should be accompanied by advanced medical research. That is a part of the package of longevity promotion. And we also don't forget about human values. We want to promote longevity, not just to eat and drink and be happy, but to develop as human beings, to develop human values. And we see that human longevity correlates pretty much with every human value that we have, with peacefulness, with valuation of life, with education, with quality of life, with GDP. So longevity is actually a good proxy for the entire human development. So if people ask, why is it that you focus on longevity? Aren't there other problems in the world? If we advance longevity, by extension, we'll also advance other areas of human development, and that's a very endearing and worthy task. And in pure economic terms, advancing longevity, advancing health longevity will have huge economic benefits for public health, for the healthcare and welfare system that could actually save those systems from collapsing. We see, especially in Europe, the percentage of all the pensioners could become over 30%. In Latvia, it is estimated, Latvia in general, in the Baltic countries, it's estimated to be more than 30% of pensioners by the end of the century. So if we really want to prevent age dependence and the collapse of healthcare and welfare system, there's no other choice but to improve preventive medicine for all the people. That's the task of geroscience, of longevity medicine. And in terms of pure monetary terms, if we are able to extend health longevity by 1 year, for example, in Israel, there was an estimate done by the South California group, by Cheryshansky group, who actually invented the concept of longevity dividend. We would save about $1.5 billion per year, simply by improving health longevity by 1 year. And likely in other small countries like Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, the savings will be comparable, or perhaps even more. So even in pure economic terms, it will be it will have much impact in terms of the entire society, not just every individual. But in the end, the policymakers should be interested in this kind of calculations. But in the end, also policymakers, also all of us just want to be healthy in old age. And that's the true reason why we should invest in this field, and rather than expecting some longevity dividends. But there are already money in this area. There are already startups. There are already a longevity industry. It is estimated that the longevity industry right now circulates billions of dollars, and it can circulate trillions of dollars because the field can be relevant to everybody. All of us age if they are lucky, so these therapies can be applied pretty much to everybody, so the scaling up can be pretty much endless. Still, this ecosystem, the longevity industry ecosystem, needs to be developed, also through advocacy, also through community building, like what we do right now. Community building, getting people together, creating synergies, also through online means, through platforms. Here, just one example from Israel. the Longevity Nation platform that we created to map the field in Israel, to improve communication between relevant stakeholders, and similar things can be done for Baltic countries as well. And just, you know, the pure activism, the pure advocacy. As I said, I'm a bit of a scientist, but I'm mostly activist, advocate with several pro-longevity organizations. Like in every social movement, in every social value that we want to promote, we need to do advocacy. We need to actually go to people and explain to them why this is important, why they should be involved. That's what we're trying to do through our advocacy. Last October, we actually went to the streets on demonstration in favor of longevity therapies in 12 countries, including Israel. We also do conferences, so that's the part of longevity promotion, a very important one. We see there are several examples in the history of medicine, like with AIDS, with cancer, when public advocacy really made a difference in terms of public spending, in terms of research priorities. And that's what we have to promote with longevity as well. And every one of us can be involved through education, through simply by getting together with like-minded people in associations like Longevity Alliance Baltic and others, just to get together, to get strengths from each other. And I'm glad to be involved in such community building projects like International Longevity Alliance that now includes 56 non-profit associations from 36 countries. We also have a platform for this particular ecosystem. And I'm glad that also Longevity Alliance Baltic joined this family of International Longevity Alliance as a federated member. Very glad that this emerging organization is also beginning to grow and flourish like with this conference. But still, there's much work to do. There are some initiatives. I already don't have much time, but there are already some initiatives that were promoted, like Longevity Months and Longevity Dividend campaign that I was one of the signers, even back in 2006. Think about it, 20 years ago that we started this. One of our campaigns was to introduce aging into the WHO work program back in 2017. Also very proud that International Longevity Alliance was one of the major campaigners. Also, as I mentioned, the inclusion of aging into the International Classification of Diseases. Also very proud that our organizations were part of the campaigners, part of the advocates. I'm not saying it was all of us, it's all our work, but we're one of the contributors. Very proud of that. And I'm coming to an end. In Israel, you know, most of the funding, most of the work is done in national frameworks. So in Israel, we do advocate, do advance the field as much as we can. For example, we were able to introduce aging, research, development, and education as a part of the Israel National Master Plan on Aging back in 2019. And practically what happened is that there were issued several calls for research proposals, open calls within Israel, for example, from the Ministry of Science, but also international calls, like the British Israel Research and Academic Exchange on Aging, the Barracks Aging Program, where I had the honor to write the call for research proposals. And this program gathered about £7 million, about 200, in the first round there were 200, in the second 100 more labs, 300 labs altogether submitted proposals, 150 in Israel, 150 in the UK, and altogether about 30 labs or 15 joint projects were funded. Very proud of it. Some of the research that wasn't funded before was funded thanks to this initiative. So that's an example of a thing that can be done through advocacy. And why am I focusing on this here? Because exactly the same pattern can be used in other international cooperations. For example, between Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, or between Latvia and the entire European Union, and also between Latvia, say, and Israel. And here I'm very specific right now. I can announce it publicly. I'm working to help to find matching funding for a cooperation program with the Israel Ministry of Science. There is a considerable amount of money put by our ministry, and we're seeking for matching for partners which could be well in Latvia if we find enough matching for this program. So if you think that you can help bring some funding, some matching funding for cooperation in this particular call for proposals, you're welcome to talk with me, and we can move forward with that. And generally, this topic can be scaled up to any dimensions. This is relevant for every country. This is relevant for the entire world. And I hope through all our joint efforts in research, in advocacy, in education, in community building, in conferences, in collaborations, we can really help that those therapies, those healthy longevity therapies will reach every one of us. So we ourselves and our loved ones, our close ones, will benefit from them as soon as possible for the benefit of the entire society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilia Stambler. Very rich, and you got it on time. Thank you very much. And I learned one thing. So aging is sickness. So when you retire, you're on a sick leave now. There's no retirement anymore as such. But the complexity of all the information you get, and you are trying to find the correlations indicator for aging, there is a lot of work to be done by a lot of scientists. So let me proceed and to the next one. Professor Alex Zhavoronkov. I don't know where he is. Last time he was in Montreal. Last year he works in Hong Kong and New York, but originally he comes from Riga as well. And he's the founder and CEO of In Silico Medicine. It's a leading biotechnology company which is developing next generation artificial intelligence and robotics platforms for drug discovery. He developed critical technologies in the field of generative adversarial networks, that's GANs, and reinforcement learning for novel molecular structures. He published over 160 peer-reviewed research papers and 2 books. The title of his speech is here already on the is Artificial Intelligence and Robotics for Drug Discovery and Longevity Medicine. Alex, are you?
I'm trying to ping him.
Yeah, I'm with you here. Great pleasure to be with you. And Labdien. I'm dialing in from San Diego, California. We just finished the Bio 2024. It's one of the biggest biotechnology meetings, and I'm very happy to be presenting to you today. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to fly to Riga in time. I hope you can hear me. Can everybody hear me? Just say yes, and I'll start presenting. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'll start presenting. It's just midnight my time, so I have about half an hour to my knowledge. I'll try to present from the drug discovery perspective. So as many of you know, myself and the company are very focused on aging research from every perspective. And when I transitioned from information technology into aging research around 20 years ago, I was actually very optimistic about the future and about how we're going to cure aging in the next 10 years, and made all kinds of statements back then 20 years ago that I probably regret nowadays, because those were major overestimations. I was too optimistic. And one of the reasons why I was too optimistic is because technology was evolving very rapidly, and just like what we see today, the internet, the AI, and many people started getting into aging. But then once you realize how difficult it is to get the drugs on the market, and how big the failures of, or how significant the failure rates are, you get a little bit more realistic. And today I'm going to talk about the real biotechnology business and what we should expect to see in the next few years and maybe the next couple of decades. because technology is exponential, but biotechnology has its own traffic system that you cannot really, beat. So InSilico is a global company. We are now headquartered in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and we also have the APAC, Asia headquarters in Hong Kong. We're present in Abu Dhabi. We're present in Montreal, Canada. I'm also happy to be Canadian by extension. And technology is changing very rapidly, but our mission has not changed as a company. So our mission is to extend healthy, productive longevity for everyone. We're also a proud sponsor and the co-organizer of the 11th ARDD in Copenhagen. So if any one of you are interested in kind of the intersection of biotechnology and aging research plus investment, that's a very good conference to go to. It's a 5-day event. I co-founded it 11 years ago in originally Basel in Switzerland, and now it's in Copenhagen. So highly recommend looking at this one. And InSilico is an AI company, but we are also widely recognized as a biotechnology company. So Fast Company recognized us as the most innovative company of 2024 out of the many companies that they looked at. And one of the reasons for that is because we employ generative artificial intelligence in multiple areas of drug discovery and development, predominantly in small molecule space, but we also have biologics, and we have pretty deep understanding of biology. We work on nutrition, we have drugs in clinical trials, and many of the industry players are using our software tools. Currently, about 50%, 10 out of the top 20 pharmaceutical companies are using our software in one way or another. A lot of academics use our software, and we get a lot of usage and validation data, including from InSilico employees. Now we have around 400 something people in the company globally. And this proprietary usage and validation data helps us improve our army of agent workers. And we have a very large number of domain-specific models that perform very specific tasks in chemistry or biology. But we also have sophisticated large language models, and we employ an array of foundational models to create agents that operate the model orchestra. In addition, so that has been done. We, at the very beginning, started as an aging research company. So we try to understand all changes in time. We call it aging. So aging happens on multiple levels, not only in biology. So you have molecular aging. So we also study the property of materials using deep neural networks. There is an entire field that we are developing called materials longevity. And we also now are working on sustainability. So working with agricultural companies, with petrochemical companies, on CO2 capture and new materials design with a range of industrial chemistry companies. We go beyond pharma. So in 2016 or 2017, we partnered with Life Extension, designed a range of nutraceutical products. Nowadays, many of those are being used around the world. We are in skincare and beauty, collaborating with Hout AI. We are in crop protection with Syngenta, and we also have the wonderful petrochemistry companies like Aramco collaborating with us on sustainability and longevity of materials. And you can actually go to Syngenta's main page and see that we are also working on sustainable agriculture, because our generative chemistry can be used also to design very specific herbicides or pesticides that are sustainable, that do not hurt other plants or animals, including bees, because safety is the fundamental core value that we have at InSilico. So how is generative AI transforming drug discovery? So when I started in deep learning for drug discovery in 2013, 2014, we had very high hopes. And some of those hopes were realized, but some were not. And one of the reasons why we had very high hopes is because we didn't understand how drug discovery and development works. And my job is to convince you that you should drop everything you are doing and get into this game, and especially focus on drug discovery for longevity. So if you're doing something else, you're wasting your time in many areas. And drug discovery is a molecular casino, like I like to describe it, because one spin takes several years. You need to spin several times. The bet costs hundreds of millions of dollars, and you lose 98% of the time. So if you are starting with a novel target, with a novel molecule, and take 10 years to go to approval, you are likely to succeed less than 1% of the time. So you have to make a lot of bets. So one of my jobs is to actually motivate many more scientists, companies, and even nations to get into drug discovery. And very few people understand every step of drug discovery and development. And, I certainly don't after 12 years in the business. And here are some scary estimates. Those are just ballpark estimates. So targeted drug discovery, when you know the mechanism of disease and or you think you know the mechanism of disease, and you manage to narrow down this mechanism to a specific protein target. Nowadays, the FDA and the regulators want you to be able to explain why your drug works before you start the clinical trial. So in targeted drug discovery, which is a reasonably new area, we're talking about 60 years maybe in this business, there is about 20 to 30 new small molecule drugs approved by the FDA each year. So we can estimate about 200 to 400 targeted drugs approved by the FDA. Most of those drugs are actually me too, me better. So very few of them are truly novel. We can maybe estimate 10 to 15% of approvals to be truly novel. So maybe there is like 80 truly novel targeted molecules out there that where we can really say that it's a very high degree of novelty. And that's pretty scary, right? So because the industry has been spending billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars every year to get to this point. So in total, there's probably around 2,000, maybe a little bit more drugs approved. But when we're talking about truly novel targeted small molecule therapeutics, there are not that many of them. Even most countries have never discovered a truly novel drug. So it's a big undertaking. I actually recently did a Twitter survey to see if China has ever discovered a novel drug. And most people think that even a country with massive infrastructure, they spent close to $1 trillion over the past 20 years on biomedical infrastructure. Most people consider most of those drugs to be not novel because it's either not a novel target or not a novel molecule. And usually the mechanism is very well known because companies don't like to bet on risky stuff. And the goal of every drug hunter, and I think of every longevity researcher, serious longevity biotechnology researcher, should be to see their drugs being approved. And to do this, you need to understand this slide, right? Which basically explains how drugs are discovered and developed. It takes about 10 years and about $2 billion in 2010 dollars. Nowadays, it's even more expensive. This slide comes from Stephen Paul's paper in Nature Reviews Drug Discovery. So take a picture of it, read the paper. Here you see the stages of drug discovery and development, probabilities of success, numbers of years, and millions of dollars that you need to spend. So even if you know the target already, so for example, you want to you find something similar to mTOR, your favorite target, it would take you about 12 years to get to the market, and the probability of success is going to be less than 10%. But now imagine if you have a novel target, not something like mTOR, but something that you don't know. You want to find a new one. The probability of success is going to be even lower, and it could take you decades. That's one of the reasons why we still don't have a really good longevity therapeutic, even rapamycin has not been fully tested on humans for longevity. And right now you need to be a venture capitalist of your life to whether take it or not. And for many other drugs, it's even worse. And one of the reasons for this is because after you formulate your hypothesis in terms of how the disease happens or about your mechanism of aging, you need to do biological target identification and validation. So you have to perform massive numbers of experiments to convince yourself and the others that the target works. You need to perform a lot of chemistry experiments to understand whether your chemical matter is going to work. And then human clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, safety, efficacy, and safety and efficacy at scale. This process can take you 7, 8 years or even longer. So integrated end-to-end generative AI can actually help you accelerate drug discovery. And at Insilico, we've developed a software package that goes through all of those stages, allows you to identify novel targets using pandomics. Thousands of people are using this resource for target identification to understand the mechanism of disease. Generative chemistry allows you to do multi-parameter optimization on chemistry. So imagine that you found a novel target, you annotated the pocket, the binding site, and you want to generate the perfect molecule for it. So you tell generative chemistry what you want to see in terms of the molecular properties in a molecule. And instead of searching for a needle in a haystack, you generate a bunch of perfect needles and you can test them. And we also have a system that predicts the outcomes of clinical trials. A lot of people use the software, but we also use the software ourselves. And recently we have disclosed our lead program. The target is TNIC. It's a novel target, has never been in the clinic before. We developed a molecule for it, novel molecule, and took it all the way to phase 2. So right now it's in phase 2 in the US and in China. After completing phase 1 and even phase 0, we decided to purpose it towards IPF. But if you read the paper on how we discovered this target, we actually used aging research as a platform for drug discovery to understand where to bet, which kind of target to place the biggest bet, which is likely to work on aging and disease at the same time. Because one thing to understand about aging drug discovery is that the amount of money you need to conduct those experiments is massive. And unless you manage to fit it into the traditional paradigm of drug discovery and development, you can do all kinds of advocacy, but you won't be able to fundraise enough to make enough of those bets. So you need to make sure that your business model is sustainable. That's why you see some of the targets out there are mostly cancer targets, because we need to sell them in order to fund bigger projects focusing on chronic diseases that consume massive amounts of capital. But many of those targets here, they have dual purpose, just like TNIC, for example, QPCTL, it is a CD47 pathway, also implicated on aging very often. PHD12IBD is HIF1 alpha. Many aging research companies, including BioAge, originally prioritized this target, but couldn't get to the level of toxicity, low toxicity that's not necessary, or no toxicity, ideally, and abandoned those projects. We have amazing chemistry for it and decided to proceed. And TEAD, antifibrotic, also has dual purpose. CAT6A, the drug we recently out-licensed to Menarini in a deal worth approximately $500 million in total value. I think about 20% of the research papers around CAT6 are about aging. So many targets, they have dual purpose, and you can purpose them towards aging and disease at the same time. And the reason why we managed to progress with many of those programs is because I'm in charge of AI. And I found a co-pilot who is extremely expert in drug discovery. So PhD from Harvard, 11 years at GSK. And then he ran a massive contract research organization, which provided services to other pharmaceutical companies. But he wanted to really do genuine invention and joined me as chief science officer and also as a co-CEO. And the way we design drugs, we design them anywhere in the world. And then we usually synthesize and test them in China or India And then we also utilize more than 40 contract research organizations, labs to which we pay, that provide services to us on contract. And we usually parallelize many of the experiments. And some of the case studies, so for generative AI, as you know, it's not a very new area. It got popularized by ChatGPT, but it has been cooking for a very long time. So first, the generative adversarial networks papers were published 2014. Here at the bottom, every green dot here is a generative chemistry paper published by my team. So my first paper in generative chemistry was 2016 as a senior author. First experimental validation was 2017, but published 2018. And then we published a really cool paper called Generative Tensorial Reinforcement Learning, a system called Generative Tensorial Reinforcement Learning in September 2019 in Nature Biotechnology, where we demonstrated that and published it with Alana Spurogudzik. He was the last author. I was the first author. He used to be our kind of rival when he was at Harvard, but now he runs a huge lab at the University of Toronto. And we are best buddies. So when you visit his lab, you wear this kind of mask, so Lucha Libre mask. And in that paper actually was very popular, got very substantial attention scores. A lot of people thought it's kind of an AlphaGo moment for drug discovery, because in 21 days, given the presented target, we managed to generate only 6 molecules. And 2 of them were tested all the way to metabolic microstomal stability assays. And one of them was so easy to synthesize that we managed to synthesize enough to test PK properties in mice. All that in 46 days, including synthesis, which is pretty fast. I haven't seen that done anywhere else, so I think it's a record. And then we've demonstrated we can do comparable studies for novel targets. For example, we took CDK20 for hepatocellular carcinoma, identified using our PandaOmics platform, very rapidly used AlphaFold protein because it didn't have a structure, gave it to chemistry 42, 7 molecules synthesized. The most active was 7.3 micromolar. And then we gave those molecules back to chemistry 42, got to 180 nanomolar activity, synthesized enough to be able to do in vitro experiments and perform the vitro experiments, and it worked. The entire study took 50 days. Then it took us almost a year to publish, and we published in Chemical Science. So you can find this paper from 2023. We published it with our advisor, Michael Levitt, the Nobel laureate in chemistry 2013. And now the paper, if I don't have enough time to explain, just find it online. It's kind of probably the highlight of my life today. Published 8th of March, which gives me great pleasure because it's the International Women's Day, and many of the authors here are females. Here we published a small molecule TNIK inhibitor in fibrosis in multiple preclinical and clinical models. You can find it on Nature Biotech. It also is pretty popular. And in this paper, we demonstrated how we discovered the target and generated the molecule using AI tools. There, for the first time, we showed that we can use hallmarks of aging assessment. So TNIK scored in multiple hallmarks of aging as a potential target. And then we performed multiple in vitro experiments, multiple mouse and other animal experiments, also used human donor cells, human donor explants. And then we used a massive robotics lab to do indication expansion to understand in which diseases this target is likely to work. Then, since the target is new, we also did a phase 0 in Australia, 8 patients. As you remember, it was COVID, so it wasn't that easy. And then phase 1 in New Zealand and in China. So basically 2 parallel studies. And now we're running 2 parallel phase 2 studies, 60 patients in the US, 60 patients in China, for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. So in this paper, we've nominated 3 preclinical candidates as kind of like 3 PhD defenses for lung fibrosis, oral, kidney fibrosis, and also lung fibrosis inhalation. So to my knowledge, I have not seen this amount of data being released in a single paper. And you can actually talk to this paper at papers.insilicogpt.com. When we were submitting this paper, we used it to explain to reviewers what we have done, which was, I think maybe it's the first time anybody has done that. But now, can we take a known target and purpose it to a novel indication? I probably will skip a few slides here and how to do drug repurposing. So one of my studies with Merit Chutkovich and Jeffrey Rothstein was published in Frontiers in Aging Neuroscience in 2022 in July. We used ANSWER-LS consortium data to process it using PandaOmics to identify a few novel targets and drug to repurpose. Tested it in the fly model from Mayo Clinic and demonstrated for the first time that many of the AI predicted targets and AI predicted molecules worked to rescue the ALS phenotype in flies. So not a great model, but you see that most of the targets that were predicted to work worked and showed strong rescue and moderate rescue. And one of those targets had an existing molecule, and the wonderful Chinese-American neuroscientist, Lu Bai, I think he was the head of the Tsinghua Medical School before, but now he is also a big boss at 4B Technologies, the company he co-founded. He took one of those molecules and put it into patients in a principal investigator-initiated study. So basically a phase 2 study, phase 2-like study with 64 patients, and managed to enroll 64 patients in about a year. So now, fingers crossed, we're waiting for the results, but the study is fully enrolled, and I think it's the first time anybody has done it with this speed. Basically, under 2 years, fully enrolled principal investigator-initiated study. But you really don't know how good your drug out of AI is until you either get a regulatory approval, which we're aiming to get at some point in time, but it's a lengthy process, or sell several drugs to expert developers. It's kind of like selling cookies to cookie makers. And we've been pretty successful at that. So my first licensing deal was with Fosun Pharma. It was pretty substantial. We got 13 million upfront. Then we have a pretty standard collaboration agreement with Sanofi, worth up to $1.2 billion. But then we started selling the drugs that we have designed to very expert companies. And we sold one to Exelixis. It's a very large cancer company in the US, one of the most expert I know. We got 80 million upfront, and it's a very substantial deal. And then we sold one to Menarini in a deal worth up to $500 million. So it was pretty substantial, and I know I'm almost done. Then a lot of people bet on robotics, and they bet on robotics first with the expectation that it's going to produce massive results. We decided to bet on robotics later. So after we realized that we want to use it for indication expansion and target validation. And we've developed a workflow where robotics can be used across the entire value chain and can be run by our AI. So for those of you who haven't seen my lab, just a very brief preview. So this is kind of real footage, not animation, from my lab in Suzhou that we've managed to build during COVID. So you walk in, lab recognizes your face. To your left, you've got dimmed windows. You can undim them, see the robots. We also have wonderful presentation area there and lots of room for people to work with. So you can throw the tissue cell organoid into the lab, picks it up, grinds it, microplates it, does quality control, passes into another room. There we have autonomous guided vehicles that pass the samples around. Part of that goes into incubator, part into imaging station. You've got 4 or 5 types of imaging. Part of it goes into the NGS. From every sample, we get DNA sequencing, methylation, transcriptomics, so library preps. Then those library preps go into the Illumina machine, and all the data, usually after 48 hours or a little bit longer, gets into the AI layer. So very similar to our PandaOmics target ID system. And there magic happens. AI automatically identifies targets with your target selection criteria. For some of the targets, we already know the compounds, so we can pick them from the compound library. And then we incubate the original sample with those predicted compounds and see where it gets us. Then we do phenotypic screening, so again, imaging, and then multiple types of omics to see if we can find good hits. And if AI did well, it gets rewarded. If it did poorly, it gets punished. And we can also identify some novel targets this way. So I know I'm out of time. I probably will end. I just wanted to show you a few interesting papers that you might want to pay attention to. So multi-agent systems, quantum computing systems, and fully integrated AI drug discovery. So in terms of quantum computing, we published a few papers. The most interesting one is this one. It's on arXiv, so this is currently being reviewed in a high peer-reviewed journal. Here, for the first time, we used a real quantum computer from IBM to generate a large number of structures with the desired properties. And then we synthesized and tested them, like for real. And we used LSTM generator on GPU and our chemistry 42 discriminator on GPU as well. So the generation was done on the quantum computing, and then discrimination was done on GPU. So here you're looking at the first quantum computer generated molecule synthesized and tested. So if it gets accepted, probably going to be a popular paper. And I think that quantum is going to significantly accelerate drug discovery. Currently, this is proof of concept. We're not claiming superiority over GPU. But I think it's going to be a pretty cool story if we can scale, and I'm pretty sure we can. And by the way, just kind of last thing, so you've seen Gato probably in 2022. I was blown away when the multimodal transformers came out. We published our own 2023, right after we managed to generate our own data at scale to be able to train a multimodal transformer regressor and the classifier to do target selection. And now we're in the process of releasing, so next probably 4 weeks, we're going to release and then open source Precious 3 GPT that allows you to do drug discovery, omics interpretation, geoprotector discovery, age prediction, all in one model. So basically think of multimodal ChatGPT, but instead of just text, it has multiple omics data types. And here we also tokenize them separately, and then use one model to train on multiple different omics data types. And it is multi-tissue and also multi-species. So we are working with mouse, rat, and monkey and human. So hopefully we'll be able to perform multi-species experiments. So watch out for the release. Once it releases, you can collaborate with us. So thank you very much. And again, please do register for Copenhagen. It's going to be epic this year. Many investors, many pharma. You're going to see Lundbeck, Eli Lilly, Pfizer, Regeneron, Biogen, and many other companies. And of course, top academics and more than 40 startups. Thank you very much. I think that's very, very important to promote aging research in every form, shape, and way. And we need to ensure that it's also commercially viable. Otherwise, we're going to be, we're not going to move forward. It has to be scalable and commercially viable.
As always, very impressive. And I noticed that still you're getting older, because from optimism you went to realism. How difficult it is to implement drug discovery. Second, you said that you are wasting 98% of your time. So yes, we have to work on longevity. To give you more opportunities to make fantastic things what you are doing. I didn't know you were even now using quantum computers. I am totally impressed, but it's not the first time that you impressed me. So again, thank you. And if you come by in Riga, maybe from Copenhagen, you are welcome home.
Would love to see my parents once in a while, probably as well.
Yes, you have to, longevity for them is having less and less time, so you should be taking care of that. Thank you very much. Lūdzu, uz redzēšanos. Now it is my pleasure to present the next speaker. It's not according to the program. It will be Professor Yehuda Shoenfeld, whom I have met a couple of years ago in Riga, and his curriculum vitae is very impressive. Just let me tell you, he's author or co-author of more than 2,200 scientific papers. But I want to express him my personal sympathy. We met here in Riga. I noticed how intelligently he's dealing with young, even the scientists, to have new ideas for research. And we went with President Levitz to Israel 1.5 years ago, and last year in November, the Center of Autoimmune Disease was inaugurated in Riga in the Eastern Hospital. You impressed me by your capacity of working, of course, but also of seeing how other people can work. You are the founder and former head of the Zabludovich Center for Autoimmune Diseases and the head of the Department of Medicine at the Scheibye Medical Center. We have signed during the president's visit, RSU has signed an agreement with the Scheibye Medical Center. So I am very happy to give you the floor for the next speech. Thank you.
My name is Yehuda Shoenfeld, and I am an internist, clinical immunologist, and my expertise is in studying autoimmunity, both clinically as well as on the aspect of research. Today, we will dedicate our talk to the autoimmunity in the elderly. Can we predict who might develop it, and can we prevent the autoimmune diseases in the elderly? So as you can see from the picture, we have just now finished our Congress of Autoimmunity in Ljubljana, and we are planning for the Autoimmunity Congress in Prague in 2026. So just before we start, just to define what is autoimmune diseases, this is condition in which we can actually define what is being attacked in the body, which we call autoantigen, like the acetylcholine receptors in multiple sclerosis, and who is attacking basically its autoantibodies who are Y-shaped, and they may bind to the antigens. It can be anti-red blood cells, it can be anti-thyroglobulin, etc. Sometimes we have autoreactive T cells. These are cells which are characterized by a cellular immune-mediated disease. To prove that the disease is autoimmune, we should show in animal models that by active immunization with the autoantigen, we can induce the disease in an animal model like a mouse or a rabbit. And last but not least, if we can show that by passive transfer of the autoantibody, for instance, we can induce a disease in these animal models. Or like we have a natural examples in a pregnant woman who suffers from autoimmune disease, and the autoantibodies are transferred through the placenta, and the child is born with congenital SLE, congenital multiple sclerosis, etc. By and large, autoimmune diseases are genetically determined. But this is not enough to develop autoimmune disease. You need a stimulating factor from the environment, which may stimulate the immune system and turn the immune system against our own body constituents. It's better that you will be a woman at the childbearing ages, a young woman, because 83% of all autoimmune diseases affect women. The reason is because women have a very aggressive, beneficial immune system, and therefore when it is exposed to a virus or an adjuvant which more stimulates the immune system, it can turn backward against our own body and we develop autoimmune diseases. And by and large, the most important factor which stimulate the immune system are infection, and this is Noel Rose, with whom we have written the book Infection and Autoimmunity. So just to explain the importance of genetic and the environmental factor and their combination in inducing autoimmune diseases, let's refer to a mother who suffered from antiphospholipid syndrome and vitiligo, two autoimmune diseases. And she came with her healthy daughter, a 22 years old healthy subject, who incidentally was found to carry anti-nuclear antibodies, 1 to 160. The question of the mother was whether the child, the healthy daughter, can take contraceptives, pills, and the answer was no. And the story was very quick because in 2 months she encountered infectious mononucleosis by EB virus, and she developed a full-blown lupus with antiphospholipid syndrome. Just to show the genetics and to show the importance of a viral infection. And recently, or maybe 2 or 3 years ago, when we had the COVID-19, we were exposed to a virus that has a very strong stimulation of the immune system, so not surprising that following the COVID-19, in many subjects, autoimmune diseases were exposed. So autoimmune diseases are actually determined by a combination of genetic, hormonal, and environmental factors, and we refer to it as a mosaic of autoimmunity. In a more sophisticated and complicated diagram, we can see that genetic is important. We know some genes and also HLA markers, especially HLA marker DRB1. We see that there are many factors that can cause hyperstimulation of the immune system, from infections or even estrogen like contraceptives, and many compounds may contain adjuvant like silicone in silicone breast implants, etc., and some therapies which may stimulate the immune system. So by and large, autoimmune diseases, they may develop shortly after being exposed to the stimulating factor, like the infection, but sometimes there is a natural history and it may last months and even years before the clinical manifestation of the disease is overt, and we call it the incubation time. This is important time because in this time you can prevent the disease if you know how to predict or to diagnose at the very early stages of the disease. So one of the parameters that may help us to detect early autoimmune disease are autoantibodies, and these are just two old studies already from the years 2004, 2005, indicating that the presence of autoantibodies may be the early manifestations of the disease, and therefore Schofield referred in his article in Lancet to the autoantibodies as predictors of disease. Myself, together with Professor Tinkani, we published a very similar studies in which we entitled the paper as Autoantibodies, the Smoke and the Fire. One of the most important studies that were carried out and was published in an unknown journal called New England Journal of Medicine referred to lupus. It has been found that when analyses were carried out on blood samples that were taken from soldiers in the American Army, even 10 years before they eventually were diagnosed as having SLE, were found to have autoantibodies characteristic to SLE, like anti-nuclear, anti-Rho, anti-La, and even there was a hierarchy that could predict when you will develop the disease, 3 years, 10 years, 7 years, etc. So this study was very famous, and as you can see, the exposure to the EB virus that was found eventually, and the first sign of the disease to develop in the future were found 9 years, sometimes even 10 years before the overt disease emerged to the screen. Another study, which is quite famous, referred to another classical autoimmune disease, rheumatoid arthritis, which showed that anti-CCP, citrullinated C proteins, and rheumatoid factors may appear years before you develop the disease. Actually, this disease was very, very important because it showed that if you have both antibodies, rheumatoid factor plus CCP, you will develop rheumatoid arthritis in 100%. So the positive predictive value of the appearance or detection of anti-CCP and rheumatoid factor in a naive subject, healthy subject, indicate that for sure you will develop rheumatoid arthritis in 2 years in the future. So this is an important study. We ourselves did a very similar study on inflammatory bowel disease. And as you can see, we used also samples of soldiers in the army who eventually developed inflammatory bowel disease. And we were able to detect 2 autoantibodies that predicted the eventual development of the disease, the anti-Saccharomyces cerevisiae antibodies and anti-neutrophil cytoplasmic antibodies. So this study was published and indicated that if a soldier is recruited to the army and he has these antibodies, there is a great chance that he will develop the inflammatory bowel disease during his service in the army. So now we are coming to the elderly people in our condition, and we are referring to 2 diseases, 2 autoimmune diseases, which characterize elderly people rather than young people. One of them is primary biliary cholangitis that was referred before as a primary biliary cirrhosis. This disease affects women more than men, but interestingly enough, it affects the elderly at the age about of 60, 65, etc. And it is expressed as jaundice and severe pruritus. So much the pruritus disturbed the woman that she asked herself to die, and from the time that she developed the first sign, God help her and she dies. Today we are much more clever with this disease because this disease has a very interesting autoantibody, the most specific and sensitive autoantibodies, the anti-mitochondrial antibodies, or what we refer to as anti-PDH, pyruvate dehydrogenase antibody, which is so specific that if you have the antibody in your blood, it means that 100% you either have or you will develop eventually the primary biliary cirrhosis. So if you are a young woman, age 25, and incidentally we find in your blood the anti-PDH antibodies, it means that in the future, when you will reach the age of 55, 60, 65, you will develop primary biliary cirrhosis. This indicates two things, very important things. Number one, that there is a longer incubation time until the canaliculi, the biliary canaliculi in the liver, are destroyed and the bile is accumulating and cause the pruritus. And this is the time that you can prevent the disease. Incidentally, this is very interesting because you can prevent the disease by using a compound that has almost no side effect. This is extremely important because you have to use it for a long time, and there are already studies showing that you can decelerate, prevent the eventual development of this classical autoimmune disease in the elderly. The other disease, which is also very interesting in the elderly, is called giant cell arteritis. This is also a disease which affects a little bit more women than men at the age of 60, 70, and it is characterized by headaches and prominence of the temporal artery, as you can see in this picture, and it has a lot of effects in the future, including vision loss, stroke, aortic dissection, and here you can see the incidence, the high incidence of stroke in this subject with GCA. Therefore, there is a great importance to detect it early and to prevent it. Unfortunately, in contrast to the primary biliary cholangitis, here we cannot, we do not have a predictive factor, but we believe that it is caused by a viral infection, which has a long incubation time, and we have actually a great need to detect these primary pathogenic autoantibodies. So now coming to the genetic of autoantibodies, as we mentioned before, the relationship, it's not so easy because there is a combination, there is a play, a concert play between the genetic marker and the infectious agent, thus explaining why the autoimmune diseases are so diverse. We have 100 different autoimmune diseases. So for instance, if somebody carries an HLA-DR15 from his mother or father, and he encounters the EB virus, there is a great chance that he will develop eventually multiple sclerosis. However, if he encounters the kissing disease, but he has the HLA-DR3, there is a great chance that he will develop an autoimmune thyroid disease. Genetic is even more complicated. For instance, in lupus, we have found that there are more than 100 different genes, just alluding to the idea why one patient is not similar to another patient with systemic lupus erythematosus. So the prediction of autoimmune diseases is a very important issue, and we enter today into artificial intelligence to analyze, predict different autoimmune diseases. This is a paper that we have published already in 2007, and we have planned the different aspects that can help us to develop different autoimmune diseases, and what are the risk factors, as you can see here, as well as the different autoantibodies that can help us to predict the different diseases and how we can prevent this issue. So following the COVID-19, we encounter a very interesting effect that the incidence of autoimmune diseases increased in the population. This is one of the studies that was published in Clinical Rheumatology already in 2023, showing an increase in the incidence of different autoimmune diseases in those who encounter the COVID-19. This is another study that was carried out on 38 million people in Germany, analyzing to those who were afflicted, not afflicted with the COVID-19, and they found that there was a significant, was and will be a significant increase in the incidence of autoimmune diseases in the future. So can we prevent the autoimmune diseases? And the answer is yes, we need to have a substance that has a positive effect, preventive effect, but has almost no side effects. So one of them is the vitamin D. As you can see, it was shown to prevent rheumatoid arthritis, as well as prevent systemic lupus erythematosus, as well as multiple sclerosis, inflammatory bowel disease, ankylosing spondylitis, and many different autoimmune diseases, including thyroid autoimmunity. So eventually this vitamin D, which has almost no side effect, can affect, as you can see, almost most of the prevalent autoimmune disease, and it should be recommended to all the population because it affects the different cells which are involved in the immune system and bring the balance and the prevention of different autoimmune diseases. And we should recommend about 2,000 international units. This is the dose which is recommended for prevention, while those who take the vitamin D to prevent just the bone disease should take just 400 to 800 international units per day. Another effect that is very cheap and can prevent autoimmune diseases is exercise training, which at the beginning we believed that its positive effect on the immune system was only due to its effect on the autonomic nervous system. But in 1978, I published a paper on the short course of exercise in subject with NCA, neurocirculatory asthenia. Asthenia is weakness. This is the previous name that was given to what we call today chronic fatigue syndrome or post-COVID syndrome. And it seems that this exercise can affect very nicely and prevent the different symptoms of the patient. So this is interesting that following our papers, there were many papers during the years indicating the beneficial effect of the exercise on patients with fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, post-COVID syndrome, etc. As I mentioned at the beginning, we believe that the exercise affects the parasympathetic arm of the autonomic nervous system. As we know, when you exercise, you have a low pulse rate, and this is the most effect, even though we didn't understand how come that the physical activity affecting only the autonomic nervous system can benefit subjects with different autoimmune diseases, even though we know the good effects of exercise on different organs in our body. So surprisingly enough, in the last years, there is an explosion of knowledge showing that the exercise has effect on the immune system, which means that it increases the number of the T regulatory cells. The T regulatory cells are the good policemen in our body, which prevent actually effector cells and inflammatory cells to cause autoimmunity. During autoimmune diseases, we have a lower number of T regulatory cells in the subject, and when we treat the patients and we bring them into remission, the number of these good policemen, the T regulatory cells, increases. So as you can see, this is the balance which we have in healthy subject or patient with autoimmune diseases in remission, while during the attack, the T regulatory cell number is decreased, and they are extremely important in the balance of different autoimmune diseases. As I mentioned before, there are several papers indicating that the exercise can increase the number of T regulatory cells, and now we have the explanation how a progressive chronic exercise can prevent autoimmune diseases in the future by affecting the different cells which are involved in the induction of autoimmune diseases, including allergic diseases. What is the best exercise that can be recommended? Any aerobic exercise from walking to cycling, but the best one is in the water, what we call hydrotherapy. So it's not surprising that even in the Cochrane Library we can find recommendations after analysis of many papers that the exercise can be a good therapy for chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia, but even yoga can be positive in these cases, suppression not only the bad guys and increasing the good guys, but also affect depression, which is another effect which is deleterious in autoimmune diseases, depression and stress, which can cause and accelerate the emergence of autoimmune diseases. Or if we will summarize, we have discussed two diseases which affect elderly more than young people. The reason is that there is a long incubation time. The factor which induces it is either infection or some xenobiotic material in the environment like aluminum, which can stimulate the immune system and eventually can induce autoantibodies. In one disease, we have a predictive autoantibodies, and we have the means to prevent the disease. In the future, we believe that we will be able to predict more diseases in a more precise way. There is no question that if we will take all the factors which are mentioned here, from reducing the environmental contamination, the pollution, reducing the stress, avoiding smoking, and taking care of our oral health, and taking care of good sleep and exercise, as well as vitamin D, we will be able to prevent many of the autoimmune diseases in the elderly. So in summary, as you can see, this is the picture of collaboration done in the School of Athens. As you can see, we can see here Pythagoras, as well as other very famous philosophers like Socrates. And as you can see, when Socrates was destined to die, he used the finger like this, and in different pictures that was taken of me, you can see that I used the same finger, saying that everything is autoimmune until proven otherwise. Thank you very much for your attention.
So what do you think? He said that we have to make some aerobic, so maybe stand up before we stand up. And just don't forget to breathe. So, much better, isn't it? Yes, it is. We are very happy now to welcome the next speaker. We are all in a better shape. Sorry. Computer is not following. So, Morten Scheibye-Knudsen. Is it correct?
Close enough.
Close enough, so you will tell yourself then. Associate Professor from the Center of Healthy Aging at the University of Copenhagen, in Copenhagen, Denmark. He's working on the cellular and organismal consequences of DNA damage. I'd say on metabolic dysfunctions, is it correct? His mission is to discover interventions leading to healthier, happier, and more productive lives. So your title is Data-Driven Intervention in Aging. And you told me that you are one of the organizers with Alex of the meeting end of August in Copenhagen.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Ilia, for the invitation. I just landed earlier today, and I'm very happy that I could make it here. So my group focuses on understanding sort of the molecular basis of why we age. What are the reasons for why we develop the phenotypes with aging? Some of them you can see here: graying of hair, facial wrinkles, pigmentation changes. There are also changes in our metabolism as we age. And this is, of course, stuff that you can see on the surface. Change. Okay. This will be a very long talk. Okay, there we go. So this is probably a little bit difficult to see, but this is some work we've done, basically downloading PubMed, this I guess database of biomedical literature, and then investigating what are the phenotypes associated with the population of elderly individuals. So at the top hit here is graying of hair. So 99% of everybody will develop graying of hair, and I think the 1% that does not develop graying of hair are the ones that are completely bald. But there are many other features, of course, and some of them are much more serious. 40% of everybody will develop some type of cancer. 10 to 20% will develop dementia. So what's the molecular basis of these phenotypes, and how can we drive interventions? So we also, so I'm going to tell you, much of the stuff I will tell you about today is unpublished. So this is a study where we looked at phenotypes from healthcare records. This is the earliest example, one of the earliest examples of a healthcare record from ancient Egypt, where you can clearly see that you have changes in, I think it's a description of tumors and broken limbs. As I'm told, my ancient Egyptian is a bit rusty. We have gotten access to 33 million pathology records from the Danish healthcare registries. So these are records where pathologists have looked in the microscope and then describe what that pathologist sees, and we can link that to other parts of the healthcare registry through specific identifiers that we in Denmark have, so we can also look for mortality and so forth. But this is a description, and then we can do various analyses. So here, this is basically how it looks. You have a report, and then you can see if it contains the different phenotypes. Some contain the phenotypes, some don't. There's about 10,000 features, and then 33 million records. And in essence, it's a very, very large Excel sheet. And what's and so one interesting aspect, if you do a UMAP on these reports, you can see that there is an age signature, it appears. So there's a sort of more aging in the center, and then or more young reports in the center, and then you have sort of radiation out of reports suggesting that you have sort of this chaotic, unstructured process that's driving aging. Okay, we will see. I promise there's another slide. There we go. So we can also do age aggregated records. So each dot here is an aggregated record from 0 to 100, and then we can just do PCA on the records, and then you can see very, very strong signals. So you have something that looks almost like a developmental signal, and then you have what could be conceived as an aging signal. And we see that what you see here is the distance, so that's the jump, basically. How far does it jump? And when we're young, our patterns, there's quite a large jump. And then around middle age, there's a jump, and then at old age, there's a jump. And so we thought that maybe this was menopause, so we divided this up into females and males. And what's interesting is that, so for females, we do see this jump at around menopause. And you have sort of this probably developmental trajectory along this principal component, and then you have a more age-associated trajectory along this component. And if you look at what is the sort of when does aging start, this is kind of it actually starts already at the bottom point here is at age 19, so that's quite early. In men, it's a little bit different. You have not such a strong sort of developmental signature, and you see this this sort of aging trajectory looking like this. And this is reflected in both principal component 1 and 2, where you see that it's kind of relatively perhaps flat around until 40, but then it really starts taking off. So PC1 has 64% of all the variation in the data set can be explained by aging, basically. Or 2/3 of the variation can be explained by aging, at least 2/3, which is much less than the female, which is about 25%. So for males, the aging trajectory seems to have, once you hit it, it's kind of downhill. There will come another slide, I hope. There we go. We can also look at different tissues and look at different trajectories, and you can, so there are various trajectories that are kind of interesting. Lung has sort of this maybe biphasic aging trajectory. Liver is more linear from young to old. Then there are some that are a little bit more chaotic, so the nervous system has a bit more chaotic trajectory. And what's interesting here is we can assign terms to each of these tissues, and then because we can link it to the death registry, you can actually assign a hazard ratio to every individual term in the data set. And so you can also use these terms. So here we identified signatures that were associated with slower aging in the lung, and then we went and find signatures of that in PubMed abstracts, and then identified drugs that could then impact these phenotypes, presumably. And so we identified some. We identified nintedanib, and we found that nintedanib reduces cellular senescence and changes pathways involved in fibrosis in senescent cells, and extends the lifespan of fruit flies. And this, while we were doing this, we were unfortunately scooped, so someone else has also shown that nintedanib is probably a senolytic. So this is, you can read about this in the bioarchive. We call it the human pathome, and we also have a database where you can go and investigate. And there will be another slide. So we're also thinking maybe we can also look at the pathological samples and see if we can predict age from tissue samples. And so this is what we did here. We had 200 samples, and then we looked for segmentation, where so we have an AI that can segment it into, for example, epidermal layer and dermal layer. We can also look at segmentation of individual nuclei in the cells. And the idea was perhaps we could identify aging signatures. But this approach actually appeared to not be successful, unfortunately. So then we were thinking, what can we do instead? So one idea was to look perhaps at nuclear morphology. So we know that in some premature aging diseases, you see changes in the nuclear morphology. And the nuclear morphology is quite easily visualized in these approaches. So we thought maybe we can use that as a predictor of cellular senescence. So basically, that's the idea. We look at nuclear morphology. Can this predict cellular senescence? And that appeared to actually, and so first we see that if we look at replicative senescence, so when cells stop growing in a petri dish, you see an increase in the nuclear area, but also the ionizing radiation-induced senescence, and also changes in convexity, which is how convoluted the nucleus is. And we also see changes in the aspect ratio. Nuclei become more elongated with senescence. And actually, for iron-induced senescence, you see actually predominantly cells arrested in G2 phase of the cell cycle, which is, I think, often underappreciated. So we developed deep learning algorithms. So first we have an algorithm that can segment nuclei and identify them, and then we trained the algorithm on various stresses and found that it's actually highly accurate in predicting cellular senescence. So you have an AUC of 0.99 and strong correlation with known senescent markers. We tried to also do some normalization to see if so that we can use this in other contexts also. So for example, we can use it in premature aging, in cell lines with premature aging diseases, and see that they are predicted to be more senescent. If we expose astrocytes in culture from ionizing radiation, you also see higher predicted senescence, the same with neurons. We can then go into liver. This is mouse liver, where you see an increase in aspect ratio over time, but also increase in repetitive senescence and ionizing radiation-induced senescence. And so now we could go back to our original skin samples and identify nuclei, and then see that using this predictor with age, you see an increase in repetitive senescence. We do not see a significant increase in ionizing radiation-induced senescence, but maybe there are too few samples. Because we know that we have the healthcare records of every individual, we can then look for other diseases associated with this. And to our surprise, it actually appeared that the individuals that had very little senescence were the ones that had the strongest impact on health. So we saw a very strong signal for cancer if you had very few senescent cells, suggesting that senescence is probably a barrier to cancer development. So this is out a couple of years ago, you can read it. But now we're also using it in other contexts. So this is looking at biopsies from healthy women, so for more than 4,000 biopsies, where we can then do segmentation and then look for senescence to see if it can predict future cancer development. So this is a UMAP of different tissues, terminal, ductile, lobular units, epithelia, fat, and stroma are the 4 tissues that we are separating, and you can each dot here as an individual person, and you get pretty good separation. You can also do spatial senescence, so we can look where are the senescent cells actually localized. They do form these hotspots. And you have senescent cells. If you look for senescent cells, the cells immediately surrounding the senescent cells will also have an increased, appear to have an increased level of senescence. And this sort of, you can see there's this reduction over time. And so this is actually quite large, right? So the half-life or half distance here is 0.3 millimeters. But I think most important, we can use this to predict future cancer risk in women. So if you look at individuals with low senescence prediction using this predictor, you have an increased risk of future cancer and has a ratio of, odds ratio of 2.2. And you can combine that with a Gale score and reach 4.7. So this is quite useful because every year there's, in the US, for example, there's about 1 million biopsies taken every year. The majority of those biopsies are actually benign. And so we can, it looks like, use this algorithm to risk stratify these women. Okay, so now I'm going to show you a little bit about how we are implementing this in a couple of interesting trials. I'm not going to talk about our slow age trial, but talking about this instead. I hope. All right, so in this study, we were interested in understanding if hypoxia could impact senescence, because there's an idea that hypoxic stress can lead to DNA damage and drive senescence, or oxidative stress can lead to DNA damage and drive senescence. So we looked for chronic hypoxia, so individuals living at high altitude versus low altitudes, and this was done by a PhD student in my group, Amanda Teklu, who is Ethiopian and went to Ethiopia. And then we did some investigations here. And what's interesting here, for example, if you look at disability adjusted life years, so you actually see that with higher altitude, you see a reduction in disease. So this is, I think, quite striking. And the good thing about this is also that the socioeconomic differences are quite small when you compare these regions. So he did a study in the Tigray region, which is northern part of Ethiopia, and collected blood samples from various sites. And so this is it's still work in progress. This is one example where we have performed blood smears, and then we can do senescence prediction based on the nucleated cells in the blood smears. And we can see that for certain predictors, you see an increase senescence if you live in chronic hypoxia, but for example, the ones that are DNA damage mediated, doxorubicin, IR, you see a highly significant reduction in predicted senescence over time. So another example of what we have been doing is a COPD trial. The reason we're doing this is, of course, it's a very detrimental disease, and a lot of people die from this disease every year. And as was mentioned in the introduction, I work still a lot on DNA repair, although I'm not showing so much today. And smoking causes DNA damage, which leads to loss of NAD and formation of these poly-ADP ribose polymers. And so previously I've shown that DNA damage leads to this activation, and then you can actually intervene in this. I hope, maybe. So you can use a PARP inhibitor, an inhibitor of this enzyme, and that seems to extend lifespan in some organisms. You can also use a precursor for NAD, so this is something called nicotinamide riboside, and this will increase NAD levels, and then in this experiment it normalized the transcriptome in the brain of these prematurely aged mice. So that was the basis of the trial. We wanted to do NR placebo in COPD patients, so this was a double-blinded trial, so I think quite well designed. We also had healthy individuals, and we can see that NAD levels appear to be lower in COPD patients, and lung function actually correlates with NAD levels in the patients and healthy individuals. So our primary endpoint was IL-8, which is an inflammatory cytokine important in COPD, but also important in, it's a cytokine that gets secreted by senescent cells. And we can see when we treat that the NR group has a reduction in IL-8. We can also see the ones that at highest IL-8 has the strongest reduction. We can also see that you get a reduction in recruitment of sputum neutrophils. These are inflammatory cells that are recruited to the lung based on IL-8. Wait, that was too much. We also got sputum from these individuals, so there we could stain the cells with a nuclear marker, and then we could see that running our predictor, we can see that at the follow-up level we have a reduction in IR-induced senescence and a trend for a reduction in relative senescence. And this is the size of the cells, which also seems to be reduced, which is also a marker of cellular senescence. We also did DNA methylation clocks, and the COPD patients have increased DNA methylation. None of this, unfortunately, reached significance, but you can, I think, appreciate the trend that in general the NR groups seem to have a reduction in these clocks, and the amount of interleukin actually correlated quite strongly with Horvath's 2018 clock, and also for IR-induced senescence. We also looked at transcriptomics and find that NR reduces inflammation in general. So this is sort of the take-home message that NR reduces airway senescence and inflammation in COPD patients, and it's currently under review. Okay, so to sum up, so we have biomarkers of aging. One biomarker of aging, cellular senescence, appears to be able to predict future cancer risk. And I think importantly, we can impact biomarkers of aging and diseases with interventions. Okay, so we can actually, I think it's time that we really start focusing on human interventions in aging. I think I'm missing one. There it is. Okay, so this is my group. And this is some collaborators and our funding here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Morten. At contrast, we have a bit of time if there is any question. I understood at the end that it's DNA, it's not only genetical mutations, it's also epigenetics.
Yeah, so I think that DNA damage can lead to two things. It can lead to mutations, and they are probably more important in cancer development, but they can also signal various things in the cells, for example, cellular senescence or apoptosis. And so I think the cancer aspect, mutations are important for degenerative processes, so for example, neurodegeneration or loss of muscle with age, where you have cell death. In those cases, it's probably the DNA damage signaling that's important. And we've seen that in various of these premature aging diseases.
Thank you very much. Good luck in your work, and I hope you'll have a lot of discoveries helping at healthier longevity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Morten. We'll meet. The last speaker this morning won't be the lady you are waiting for. She will be talking after lunch. It is Ugis Kletnieks, so he's local, as you notice, and very much a driving force of the longevity alliances in the Baltics, working in the medicine fields, different medicine fields, including research for years. So Ugis, it's your turn.
Thank you, Roland. Dear longevity friends, so most important topic, I think, is health, because everybody would like to live very long, but the main strategy is to achieve really excellent health span, not the lifespan. So, and that's why it's very important to understand what health is. So, and there are a lot of interesting definitions, and they are really very old, because first definition was from WHO from 1966. So, and then it's a really large topic to discuss, but here you can see the interesting thing that the complex of mechanisms that are not fully understood. So, and in Cambridge Dictionary you can find what is disease. An illness caused by an infection or by failure of health, and not by accident. So, but there is no topic in that time what describes health. So, and the problem is that all research was focused to illness and disease. Yeah, and to understand what disease, I think we should first understand what health is. And you can see this all the health definition. It's state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So this definition is, to say, negative definition, and doesn't describe what really happens in our body. And but pathology and pathophysiology usually focuses on the identification of etiological agents and elucidation of pathogenic mechanisms that accompany the transition from health to disease, whereas biotechnology and pharmacology seek remedies to delay or reverse this transition. So that's why we are looking what really health is, and here there are a lot of information in internet you can find, and here is one example. Yeah, it's very important: happiness, sleep, water, physical activities, diet, etc. But does it describe what is health? You can ask ChatGPT. The answer is much more better, not very precise, but really better than all dictionaries and then all medical journals can tell you about health. So maybe you know, in longevity field, in longevity science, everybody knows these pictures. And in the past, the journal Cell has published these landmark papers describing the hallmarks of cancer. The first paper was hallmarks of cancer, then hallmarks of aging, summarize the properties of the malignant cells and then their cell interactions with non-malignant environment. So, and as well the molecular and cellular pathways that explain the time-dependent deterioration in living organisms, the hallmarks of aging. So, and the concept hallmarks of case draws the parallels to well-known these hallmarks of cancer and hallmarks of aging, quite similarly identifying the fundamental biological processes underlying wellness and resilience. So, the first paper, Hallmarks of Health, identified 8 biological hallmarks of health. It was in 2021, this article, and they grouped these hallmarks in 3 categories. You can see, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Oops. I would like to slide back. Oh, yes. They divide in 3 categories, and then first category is special compartmentalization, and there are 2 hallmarks: integrity of barriers and containment of perturbation. very important is maintenance of homeostasis. You can see recycling and turnover, integration of circuitries, and rhythmic oscillations. And third category is responses and answers to stress. So, and you can find here homeostatic resilience, hormetic regulation, and repair and regeneration. Similarly to hallmarks of aging, the hallmarks of health should ideally fulfill the following requisites. First is it should be associated with a healthy state. Second is experimental and real-life perturbation should be vastly pathogenic. And third, experimental or medical maintenance or restoration should have a broad pro-health activity. It means it improves health. And in last year, they added one new hallmark of health, the psychosocial adaptation. And it's very important. It's a new scheme, but the principles are the same. So the hallmark number one, integrity of barriers. So all living beings must shield from their environment, and by erecting selective barriers that allow for maintaining their identity. And it's very important. Here each organ has a separate barrier and each organelle in the cell as well. So, and if we are thinking about our genome, our genetic information is in nuclear envelope, and it's very important to keep this nuclear envelope integrity if we are thinking about DNA stability and DNA repair, and disruption of nuclear pore complexes involved in this nucleocytoplasmatic transport, and it's associated with aging. And the problem when nuclear DNA are in cytoplasm, our cell recognizes it as something like a virus, and there's a lot of inflammation pathways start activate, and a lot of diseases can occur. Mitochondrial membrane integrity is very important as well. So, and there are inner membrane and outer membrane. And if the mitochondrial DNA release, mitochondrial DNA can activate very bad pathway of the cyclic guanosine monophosphate, adenosine monophosphate synthase pathway, stimulator of interferon gene, STING pathway. And if this pathway activates, this pathway can cause a lot of inflammatory, a lot of autoimmune disease. And recently our pharmacological companies developed some antagonists of this pathway, and there could be maybe in future novel intervention against various autoimmune and degenerative diseases and aging as well. So there are a lot of barriers, from internal to external barriers in mitochondria, lysosomes, in as I told, in cell nucleus, plasma membrane, blood-brain barrier, intestinal barriers, yeah, skin barrier. And there are a lot of macroscopic barriers as well. So epidermis, blood vessels, pleura, pericardium, etc. Barriers are really a lot, and the results of if in the cell, if there are some disruption of barriers, it can lead to inflammation or cell death. And if, for example, if blood-brain barrier is damaged, it can lead to the chronic neurological diseases as Alzheimer, Parkinson's disease, etc. Hallmark 2, containment of local perturbations. The human organism is constantly subjected to indolent or manifest local perturbations that may stem from intrinsic accidents occurring in complete and asymmetric cellular division as a result of failed DNA repair or loss of genetic or epigenetic identity and accumulation of dysfunctional organelles or proteins, among others. And there are a lot of external agents, including invading pathogens, mechanical, chemical, or physical trauma. All of them can cause local perturbations and compromise these barriers. And in these cases, for the maintenance of a healthy state, it's essential to confine the perturbation, avoiding its spread to the systemic level that might cause permanent loss of functional units and surpass the capacity of the organism to repair the damage. This situation would result in disease and eventually death from systemic inflammation. Yeah, and if you see, there is, maybe you know, barrier healing. Our body can delimitate the foreign bodies. Or inflammation is self-limited. We have innate and acquired immune responses. We have anti-cancer immunosurveillance, cellular and senescence, and there are mechanisms, immune mechanisms that clean these senescent cells, and containment of other perturbations. So, Hallmark 3, recycling and turnover. Really, it's circular economy in our human body, and appropriate recycling and turnover of different components of the organism is very essential of the maintenance of this healthy status. The turnover of entire cells involves a coordinated triad of regulated cell death, efferocytosis, or replacement, that can be stimulated for therapeutical purposes. Moreover, the turnover of the cytoplasm is mostly by autophagy, as well as other recycling mechanisms involving chaperones. For example, if you are going to swim in cold water, heat shock chaperone 19, and a lot of proteolytic systems are necessary for maintaining and promoting health. Hallmark 4, integration of circuits, and Hallmark 5, rhythmic oscillation. I will be very short because my colleague will tell about more deeply about circadian rhythms. But it's very important, integration of circuits and oscillations, and the maintenance of healthy organism involves the successful crosstalk among different circuits, from cells to tissues and organ systems. And it's very important their synchronization with rhythmic oscillations, circadian, infraradian, and ultraradian. And then they are determined by central or peripheral clocks. And yeah, and each cell has each rhythmic oscillation, but it's very important, this harmony in our body. The hallmark 6, homeostatic resilience. Homeostatic circuits maintain myriads of biological parameters like blood acidity, blood pH, serum osmolarity, arterial oxygen, carbon dioxide, glycemia, blood pressure, body temperature, body weight, and a lot of other parameters. And the body should keep all these parameters of the constant levels unless the set point of regulator is altered, resulting in its results in chronic disease. Endocrine feedback loops that became deregulated due to the lack of our production of specific hormones illustrate the cardinal importance of homeostatic regulation. So, response to stress is very important in our life. Everybody knows what is stress. But from health point of view, it's very important how is your reaction, yeah, we are constantly threatened by multiple sources of stress, and to achieve biological stability, organisms use different strategies such as homeostatic resilience, hormesis, repair and regeneration of damaged tissues and organs. Homeostatic versus disease amplifying effects is quite important, and negative feedback loops allow us, you can see here, negative feedback loops allow correcting the effects of perturbation, whereas positive feedback loops contribute to disease amplification. And hormetic regulation. In response to a sublethal stress, the status quo can be restored. In response, ideally leads to an increase in stress resistance hormesis that confers memory to the system. So, but if stress is too high, the death can occur, or chronic progressive disease or chronic disease. It depends on your stress resilience. Hallmark number 7, hormetic regulation. A very excellent description of what is hormesis and what is hormetic regulation is from philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. He said, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. And yeah, hormesis relies on biological processes in which low doses of toxins elicit a protective response that prevent the organism from experiencing harm on exposure to a higher dose of the same toxins. The term hormesis is now widely used to describe the situation where low doses of stressors induce an adaptive response in the cells and organisms to maintain homeostasis, while increasing biological plasticity through action of factors called hormetins. So, hallmark 8, repair and regeneration. We have a lot of mechanisms, a lot of repair mechanisms in our body, in our cells, in our organs. And first is genome maintenance, DNA damage and repair, it's very important. And there are a lot of trials, scientific trials and some preclinical trials that told us that DNA damage repair can increase health span, maybe lifespan. Protein damage and proteostasis, because as we get old, our proteostasis networks are damaged, and in the cells can be a lot of toxic proteins, as maybe you know, alpha-synuclein, beta amyloid, that can cause chronic diseases. Mitochondrial stress responses, lysosomal damage response. And then endothelial reticulum stress response is very important if we would like to repair damaged proteins. The repair and generation is in tissue level, but the last one, cell identity reprogramming, it occurs only in embryonal stage, early embryonal stage, and Yamanaka finds these 4 transcription factors who can reprogram this epigenome to the early stage, and it's a lot of companies invest large amounts of money and then they hope that they can, maybe in some years, renew the human body and decrease your age by 10 or 20 or 30 years. Some scientists think that the secret for long life is genome repair. And animal studies, they studied long-lived animals, show that long-lived species have very strong DNA repair mechanisms, and some genes, for example, elephant has more than 20 copies if compared with people, with us, of gene P53. For example, bowhead whale has RNA binding cold-induced protein, and they think this protein can improve DNA repair. They find that one gene, sirtuin-6, can improve DNA repair, especially DNA double-strand repair. And then yeah, we hope that there will be some products, and they find one natural product from algae extract. It's fucoidan, and it helps and show good results in preclinical studies. Yeah, we identified our hallmarks of health, and these hallmarks are integrated in multifunctionality of each hierarchical stratum and orchestrates the complex interactions of distinction supracellular, cellular, and subcellular compartments supporting the multidimensional basis of health. And examples of trajectories emanating from one single molecular perturbation. For example, one gene, cystic fibrosis transmembrane receptor gene, mutations primarily affect the turnover of the one protein, but then spread through several strata of the organization and affect several hallmarks, including the upper layer and the microbiota in gut as well, and the microbiota in respiratory tract as well. So, and examples of trajectories starting from the overgrowth of one single toxin, produced bacterium in the gut, can also make a lot of damage damage cellular levels and overcoming homeostatic and hormetic regulation and really damages all cells and organs. And this is new hallmark of health, psychosocial adaptation, and it's very essential hallmark of health, and a little bit differs from previous hallmarks, and the concept of this psychosocial adaptation refers to the permanent tension between the individuals and its social and socio-economic context, which accompanies our personal trajectory from birth to death. This conflict has to be permanently resolved by adaptations that optimize the individual's capacity to cope with frustrations, to deal with the absence of positive social relationships, to avoid accidents and personal demolitions, to successfully complete for resources and contribute to the collective success of social groups, while proactively taking the correct decisions. Yeah, and for our society to be in our society, it's very important, these correct decisions. And so, and maladaptive reactions subvert subjective well-being and endangers the position and even of survival of individual in the socio-economic system. Also, sometimes the majority may take wrong decisions, and in mass formation, mass psychosis situation. Oops. Where is the next slide? Yeah, here is a comparative perspective of the social determinants of health. And social adversity is very closely linked to the health and mortality outcomes in humans across the life course. And these observations has recently been extended to other social mammals, and in which social integration and social status and early life adversity have been shown to predict natural lifespans in wild populations and molecular, physiological and disease outcomes in experimental animal models. And we have scientific data and scientific publications regarding these social animals, and it's very interesting. What is the future for health evaluation? It's because there are a lot of hallmarks, there are a lot of to do in the cell inside, in our genome, to find what occurs in our genes till our body and our microbiome. It's really very difficult to evaluate, in future, we hope we can use this precision medicine approach. There's large-scale epigenomic, metabolomic, and metagenomic studies are providing us with valuable information about epigenetic marks, specific metabolites, and microbiota components associated with human health. And deep multi-omics profiling of healthy individuals revealed different types of aging patterns, and it will be very easy to take one drop of blood and to find all these biomarkers and to evaluate our health status. And yeah, this approach is very, very promising in the future. There are only few articles, but using of the blood proteome for liquid health check is really very promising, and a lot of science studies this approach. But of course, it's very difficult. It's not possible to evaluate this data, and that's why we need artificial intelligence to help us to evaluate the big data. So, and I will finish my presentation, and hoping that in future the health checking will be very, very simple in few years due to this liquid biopsy. And in this moment, there are some very promising and some health check tests with cancer. For example, this Grail test can detect very, very fast and very quite precise the cancer DNA in our blood. Okay, thank you. Questions?
Paldies, Ugi. Thank you very much. And now for homeostatic equilibrium, we should make a break. So I give the... Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Labdien. Good to see you. I hope the lunch was delicious, at least it was for me. And I'm really delighted to introduce our next speaker, my colleague, talented doctor, Professor Evelyne Bischof, who's currently at the Scheibye Medical Center doing quite a few interesting things that I do believe she's going to cover herself. So she's joining us online. So if I may ask to share the screen, that would be delightful. Oh, wonderful. Hi.
Hi, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
It's shared.
Wonderful. Yes, we can.
All right, wonderful. Perfect. Thank you so much, Amit. It's really great pleasure to be there, at least virtually. Riga is wonderful, and what's happening in the countries as well. And it's a great pleasure, and thank you for the organizers. All of you have done such a great job, and it's really amazing. Amit, Goldman is also a great part of our longevity education hub, so it's even more of a joy to be here and be introduced by her. I am connecting in from China right now, so please apologize for any technical problems. However, as Amit mentioned, I am also working at the Scheibye Medical Center, and today I will be covering healthy longevity medicine in the clinical practice, giving examples from both of the countries and both of the worlds, and also giving a little bit of an outline and panorama of how we could do better and what we could do more in the future. But allow me also to start with a very warm invitation to our conference, ARDD in Copenhagen, 26th of August. So last year it was 26th of August. The first opening day of the conference will be once again the Longevity Medicine Day. This year very special because also in collaboration with the Express Healthspan, with Dr. Jamie Justice and her team, we are preparing the program of the first day, and then the program of longevity medicine track will continue through the entire week. So warm welcome. Now, talking about longevity medicine, I have to over and over mention something that is very near and dear to our hearts, but right now it's even more important than ever to focus on education of the entire spectrum of healthcare workers, primarily, of course, of physicians, but not only. We know that working together with therapists of all kinds, and also with, of course, nurses and PAs, and the entire network around clinical setting is very important. So educating in longevity medicine is core priority. And as you probably, many of you know, there is longevity medicine education hub that we have created, Longevity Education Hub, is hosting courses that are CME accredited for physicians online for free. However, there are many updates, and one of those updates, which is hopefully a very good news for everybody, and will be also officially in detail announced later on this year, is that longevity medicine is entering universities, public academic settings, medical schools, and we will be very, very happy and proud to announce that 2 main medical schools are going to launch that in the next semester, and one country will also launch it for the internal medicine / family physician residents in their country. So the development is rapid, and also especially in the academic setting. We have, I think, a very nice and friendly collaboration between the private and the public sector. But in the public sector, we also have developments that hopefully would be fueling in all the other aspects of longevity medicine and science, and working hand in hand together, because having students finishing med schools already equipped with all the knowledge that we are trying to acquire by ourselves later on, from the basics, from the aging theories, from all the fields that can then be translated into the practice, and more physicians then being able to join and to run clinical trials, is something extremely important. Now, back in 2020, we were trying to define the field, and at that time, as you might remember, we said AI-driven precision medicine, based especially on AI technology promoting healthspan and lifespan, is something that probably defines the best the field of longevity medicine. And at that time, probably it was a fitting definition. It has evolved ever since, especially when we created the Healthy Longevity Medicine Society in 2022 with Professor Andrea Meyer and the executive committee, which I will show in a moment. But here the definition slightly changed into optimizing health span by targeting age-related processes along the lifespan. So really telling that we are looking at the gero part of the aging, right? If we discuss gero medicine, for example, we are looking at medicine of aging rather than medicine of aged populations, individuals, and so on. And only through those understandings, we can then translate back and see how we can, first of all, diagnose, mitigate risk factors, and then at the end also intervene in the process of aging. So that's basically also what the society then took as a guiding rule for developing the goals and the mission and the visions and the clear strategy plan. And this is our council, and you know probably most of the faces or all. I just want to always pinpoint that all of those people here are physicians, either practicing or partially practicing or not anymore practicing. However, they have a very, very strong clinical background, and they are representing the field of, you know, from geroprotectors, metformin, right, through senolytics, Professor Kirkland, stem cells, Professor Rando, and Professor Pink, was coming from the area of psychiatry and mental health, brain aging, and whatever is happening to the brain besides of the obvious decline, functional reduction that is then leading to neurodegenerative diseases. So all of those points, discussions brought us together to say we need to do a lot, and we need to start somewhere, because that will be a work of many, many years to come, and probably decades, for some of the things that will develop flexibly. But first, we set up a rule to define the field, and then also to talk about how can we bring healthy longevity medicine into the public setting. And we also created a group, a working group with clinics that have established longevity, I like to say longevity departments, but basically longevity centers, or some of the branches of longevity into their clinics. And we are working together, also published a paper recently in Geroscience on challenges and how to build a longevity department in a public setting, in an academic public setting. But more is to come, and you might have heard before us mentioning on several occasions that our end goal is to bring healthy longevity as at least a subdiscipline, if not a separate discipline in the field of medicine, and really to have a set rule of recommendations that will then develop also to guidelines and also set of standards that would also lead to quality control. Basically everything that we already have in other disciplines. Clearly in cardiology, oncology, and in any other discipline, there is a clear guidance even as to how educate the physician, how to specialize the physician, and how to continuously upskill the knowledge into to continuous retention of the medical license in that specialty. So certification, education, and clearly everything of this is flowing in together also in terms of creating guidelines, diagnostics, and interventions. So what do we do now already in Scheibye? So in Scheibye Medical Center, which is one of the top centers in the world and also affiliated with Tel Aviv University, is a very strong academic center. We had the great honor to open the first longevity department, at least in that area, in this region. And we've been working together with our colleagues, of course, from Singapore and from Mayo Clinic, hand in hand. But it was a work, of course, of at least 3 years. Now, we said we need to leverage whatever we have in that big setting of actually a healthy city, because it's a huge complex of hospital centers and collaborative paths also with other institutes, with Weizmann Institute, for example, and others. So we said we would like to, of course, enhance and further develop the longevity research, not only basic research, but also translational research. We want innovation. So with the innovation hubs at the hospital and at the university, we want to see what other new devices can be brought there. How can we help to validate those devices? How can we innovate and develop something ourselves? So we have this incubator there as well, but primarily as physicians there, we wanted to be practical. We wanted to have a department where patients are coming, where patients are in the center, where 80% of our work is really the patient, and the rest is administration and last but not least, of course, education. I will talk about that in a minute. So of course, as all of us, we want to be evidence-based and to help to shape the evidence in the field and focus not only on the physical, but also on the mental/cognitive health. And we wanted to be accessible. We wanted to be affordable. Actually, we are free. And very, very importantly, academic. So hand in hand working with the university and with the academia in a larger space, also with our colleagues abroad. And we wanted to be AI driven. And for all those who work in a hospital, you know how strict and sometimes, unfortunately, very stiff the data systems are. So starting with a basic EHR, it's already a very big problem. So it took us a long time with great help of the IT department to build a data lake and to make sure that all the data that we capture, and those are large data, those are data points that have to come separately. Those are data points that we cannot have as PDFs in the computer and so on. All those apparently small things, but very challenging in an academic setting. And then to have this data lake organized automatically into the scores and into the domains that we want, that took a while. But it was worth it, because right now we have the fusion of the system EHR, so the entire system of the hospital, and our dashboard, our special EHR for longevity, but they communicate and we can grasp data from both. The first year of our work as a clinic is based on the fact that all of the patients, besides of those who are there in the pilot, about 200 people were in the pilot, they are not a part of this, but at least 1,500 people through the entire year / 2 years, as you will see in a moment, will also be participants in a study. So basically everybody who becomes a patient signs an agreement to also be a part of the study. And there's a randomization that I will talk about in a moment. At this time, we are accepting patients who are 50 plus. Why? Because of restriction of the study. We, of course, will lower down the age and adjust our diagnostics and interventions for those people. But right now, our batteries of diagnostic and interventions, and also for the purpose of following up the economics of longevity, we have chosen people that are 50 plus, open end, centenarians included, and of course, acute illness, chemotherapy, radiation, and other cancer treatments that are active, terminal illness, those are the exclusion criteria. Other than that, we are very, very welcoming. And the patients come first for a pre-screening, then they have another pre-screening over the phone, and then they come for the first baseline assessment. That's really a 6 hours comprehensive battery of longevity diagnostics that are being conducted in about 12 stations in our clinic, where patients are going through a circle of various domains from menopause, andropause, that was very important to add the andropause, psychology, neurodegenerative station, biological aging clock station, body composition, and many, many others. And all those stations basically collect data. Experts are there, trained, including oral specialists, dentists that's taking microbiome, and others. And of course, the doctor is seeing the patient as well. The patients then are undergoing randomization. About 20% of the patients are randomized into the control group. And then after 1 whole year of the study, there will be a crossover. 80% of the people are being randomized into intervention arm. All of them are being followed up in 6 months and in 12 months. However, the intervention arm is experiencing intensive interventions targeted for their needs. Everybody is getting an individual consultation. Then with the physician, the entire team is doing a sort of an MDT and discussing the best interventions also in their respective domains. And we are focusing on 4 areas mostly, but not only. We have, again, we look at 360 for that specific patient, but we have an extra focus on 4 domains that we thought would be very, very important for us. And that's cognitive and mental health, both. Sleep optimization. So really the chief of psychiatry working with us, the chief of sleep medicine and Scheibye, and then sarcopenia frailty. We are looking here with our chief of endocrinology of what we can do to help those patients who have sarcopenia frailty or are on the way towards. And last but not least, andropause, menopause. We have menopause experts sitting there and also helping the patients to understand what can be done in terms of hormone replacement therapy and of course others. The patients are being followed daily through our app that we developed ourselves, Scheibye Longevity app, where they can see their progress and they can see their interventions. Not only can they see their interventions, but they also have to tick that they have done it. So there are several elements of gamification that we have used in order to make sure that patients are kept motivated. That was very important for us because compliance is one of our endpoints. And as I mentioned before, our research field goes into basic science, data science, but also interventional science. And at this moment, we are planning 2 studies with the purpose of medications. I will be able to follow up on that and say more in Copenhagen. Important is
I'm so sorry, can you hear me, Dr. Evelyne?
Yes.
I think we lost a little bit of your sound. Maybe the microphone is covered.
Oh. Actually, I hope not. Is it better now?
It's amazing now. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Sorry for that. Right. Okay. So the data, all the data that we are mining, we are really doing this also in order for other people to use. Right. So as we always say, we are very welcoming to anybody who would like to do something with the data and analyze them and find new correlations or add new data points. Therefore, we are working also together currently with medical device companies. We are, for example, implementing some of the AI-based echocardiographies or AI-assisted echocardiographies and Delphi neurotracks measurements for streams. Everything okay? Okay, should I continue, Amit? I don't know if maybe it's just a disturbance. All right, so as I mentioned before, we are collaborating with our colleagues from and Singapore, and we are very happy that new colleagues and new groups are coming into the collaborations so that we can grow together. And the first analysis of our group show already that we have people around the age of 50 to 60. That has changed. That was really the very preliminary snapshot of our patients' clinical pathological findings. But this is really a special group that is potentially a little bit biased towards healthy. However, overall, we can see that even there we have very targetable, interventionable problems so that we can follow them up in 12 months. Now, some of the ongoing research that we do have already several projects that are going on with our samples. It's important to mention that we do have a biobank. We do collect samples of the patients and store them. And we are using them, or will be using them also for secondary analysis. For example, checking the microbiome and the cognitive microbiome performance. There is a new project that is trying to see if the metabolomics, so we will be taking the whole metabolomics of the patients, if there are some new metabolites that we can find and correlate as predictive markers for aging. We are also looking at the Delphi. So as I mentioned before, brain cognition is so extremely important to us. Delphi is basically a system of electrodes checking the streams of the patients and then correlating them to cognitive performance. And we have a very interesting study also looking at melatonin circadian rhythms versus aging and hypertension. So what's next? What's next for us, and what should be there more in the public setting that is already available elsewhere, and also what should be done more? So I like to give the example of HLI, Human Longevity Clinic, because they have been gathering for 10 past years data, 150 gigabytes of every single patient, and I'm really curious to see the publications that will come up soon on really the longitudinal cohort studies, like a little longevity framing and study. But it is important to have as many data points as possible, including the radiomics, including the liquid biopsies, including the functional testing that go beyond DEXA and physicals. Therefore, I think if we could come to the point that where those measurements will be available in other settings, also public settings, that would be phenomenal. Also, what's very important and is now being used more and more, not only in longevity, but luckily also in some of the disciplines where longevity diagnostics can help, for example, oncology, cardiology. We are looking very often now not only at the point mutation and the general screenings, even whole genome sequences, or at least a good NGS, but we are looking more and more also at the polygenic risk score. And the polygenic risk scores are really helpful to also assess the risk of the patient in terms of premature aging, biological trigger towards frailty, but also, last but not least, toxicity and outcomes based on the baseline. pharmacogenomics goes beyond to say that it should be really something that optimally be at the level point of cost, where every family physician can have a list at the patient and see how the dosage will be adjusted, should be adjusted for the specific patient at a specific point of time. And last but not least, a better understanding of how we can collect data points that are measured by point of care, monitors, panels, trackers, and so on into one proper data lake, so that, you know, as a physician working with all those data, we know how frustrating it is that we have to look and disperse our attention into many, many different points, and how difficult it is even to look at the longitudinal development on even one parameter, not to mention that we want to have them actually as a mosaic and to see the interactions. That's something that is developing, and that is something that I'm really looking forward to, where I can see not only the trackers from my patients individually, but really also to intercompare them, look at the family dynamics, look at what's happening towards when the patient is about to become sick. You know, the parameters change very, very nicely when some disaster is about to happen, you know, when people are before a cancer diagnosis and so on. So living in the era of monitors, continuous trackers, and really enabling patient with data is something that is very important for us to further evaluate how is the speed of aging at different levels of every single person changing how through the lifespan. Aging is not consistent. We know that some of the organs are aging earlier, some later. The audience here knows that very, very well, but really to go into the very granular point of saying, how can we make sure that that specific system, for example, immune system specifically now in the brain, how can we make sure that that specific environment will not go too fast for that specific patient who is genetically predispositioned, for example, for cognitive decline? Those are the points that we are asking. However, right now, things that we can already use in the clinical biological aging clocks, we use them at Scheibye, of course. I use them personally with my patients as well. And there are various clocks, and I like a lot of them, but at least having the clocks of the picture, of the blood, of the microbiome, genetic clock, and so on, and working closely with the Clock Foundation is a good idea in order to really have the continuity to look at not only the values that are within the norm range, but outside of the optimal ranges for that specific patient in the context of clinical rationale for the physician, and of course, longitudinal tracking. We can very often also fine-tune the supplementation that is needed for the patient, not to mention, of course, also the use of repurposed drugs for specific patients, and to optimize their entire tracker, the entire longevity protocol in terms of granularity of the diagnostics and optimization on the targets. For example, how to optimize the right muscle mass for that patient, how to get there when there is already a damage to the bones, how to treat that patient and optimize longevity when we know that they are actually in remission with a high risk of early recurrence. Right? So those are all the moments that are important for a good longevity protocol. I wish I would have the time to talk more about microbiome and brain, because those are very, very important points. And I would just like to mention something that I heard recently, and I fully agree, and there are great microbiome labs all around us. But at the end of the day, microbiome is one of the most complex organs in our body systems. You know, our flatmates, whatever it is, they are very important, and we cannot evaluate those billions of bacteria that are there at times. Therefore, we need AI. So I think in longevity medicine, just as AI was helpful for us to develop biological aging clocks, it will also be very helpful for us to understand how can we not change microbiome, but really just enhance it or have the right composition at the right time for specific patients. Probably that would be a better frame, and probably it's easier to understand this concept, saying that it will not be one drug, one molecule, one probiotic. It will be an algorithm that will help us to alternate the right microbiome environment that will be needed. And similar to that, cerebral health. So right now we have biological aging clocks for brain. We had them for a while based on MRIs. However, really to find the predictions of the decline is something that is much more important, and measuring brain with NLPs, with brain biomarkers in blood, with MRIs, quantitative measurements, of course, as well, is extremely important. So with this, I would like to thank you so much for your attention. I think it's great to live right now in this longevity ecosystem. We'll be happy to answer any questions online, and thank you so much for having me once again.
And I highly recommend on following Professor Dr. Evelyne Bischof. Do you have any questions? Then if not, do we? Can't see any hands, but I'll ask you, what do you do to prolong your life? You're a trailblazer, you're in front of everything. What do you do for yourself?
I'm a little bit restricted in what I can answer in terms of supplements, which is mostly the question I'm getting, which supplements, which repurpose drugs. So as a physician, I'm so sorry I cannot answer this, but I do look very, very strictly at nutrition, for example. And one thing that I can say for sure, I do intermittent fasting, helps a lot to improve sleep quality. I do track myself, literally, and I think being empowered through that is very important. So would encourage everybody to do the same.
Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you so much once again for having me.
Hello, everyone. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Svjatoslavs Kistkins, and he's representing Paul Stadin's Clinical University Hospital. And he will be speaking about the insights into metabolic and endocrine regulation in longevity and chronobiology. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Marta. It's a pleasure to be here and to present some insights into metabolic and endocrine regulations. My name is Dr. Kistkins. I'm a medical doctor. I work in the field of endocrinology. I'm also a chemist. So technically, what I want you to present today is how exactly our body works in time. So it's quite crucial because we are talking about longevity, and longevity is strongly related to time. So at the beginning, small agenda. So I will briefly describe what is metabolism, what is endocrine system, why exactly it's so crucial to understand how our body responds to stress. I also will discuss about physiological cycles in our body in order to understand how exactly we respond in time. And after that, we will closely take a look on some examples in case of metabolic diseases, which are strongly related to aging processes, and also some concepts in the lifestyle intervention and as well as aging therapies. So first of all, metabolism. So technically, our body is a sum of structures, motions, and chemical reactions that surrounds all these processes. In the case of metabolism, there is a catabolic reactions, means to destroy a huge molecule into the small pieces, while anabolic reaction means to build something. So as you can see that there is strong interaction in our body between catabolic reaction, anabolic structure and motions. Why I mention exactly metabolism, because we need not just to have structures and motions, but we need to maintain them. And homeostasis is a body ability to maintain its qualities. So technically, in case of aging, it's so crucial to understand how exactly we need to tackle homeostasis. And most of interventions are strongly related with such definition as homeostasis. How we regulate our body, we are regulating not only inside of the cell, inside of the tissues, but also we interact within tissues, so in between. And there are several key regulatory mechanisms that persist in our body. It's a neural one, so it's the most rapid one. We need to tackle stress, uncertainty. Endocrine, neuroendocrine, is a sum of neurological regulation and hormonal regulation. It's much rapidly than hormonal, but still it's longer than neural one. And there's, of course, immunoregulation that was previously discussed earlier about some deviation in autoimmune response in our body. So it's so crucial to understand them, but not only parts of them, but also deeply inside of such regulation in dynamics. So here you see a pathway how endocrine system interacts with our body. Here you can see there with the red light, yes, there is a stress. There is a stimulus, there is a stress, and due to stress, our body responds. It responds to some uncertainty. We need to understand that our body tries to react on uncertainty or on some imbalances. It promotes cascade of endocrinological reaction, which at the end result in the synthesis of glucocorticoids, especially cortisol, which helps us to survive. But unfortunately, if there is a strong stress, and it's long stress, we have conditions that destructs our body. So technically, we need to maintain stress in a proper way. So why I'm previously said about the time? Because one thing is to regulate, but the second is regulate in time. And there is several rhythms in our body that are closely interact one with another. We can define 3 of them. One is 24-hour cycle, which is called circadian rhythm, which means that there is a cortisol secretion to wake up, and there is a melatonin to promote sleep. Deviation in such rhythm can cause cardiometabolic diseases. Of course, there's an ultradian rhythms and infradian rhythms, so it means that the duration of the cycle is much shorter than 24 hours. For instance, heart, respiratory, or insulin, glucagon cycles, or infraradian when we talk about menstrual cycle. Why exactly time, and why exactly we need to understand this chronobiology? So imagine if you suggest your friend to listen to music just because there is a percentages of C, C flat, etc. It sounds ridiculous, I guess, yes? So it means in order to perceive a proper music, a proper feeling that you are living, that there is an initiation of the music and there's the final part of the music. So you need to understand that it's within time. So it's not just the percentages, it's a time function. And that's why we can see that even thyroid hormones that are the most stable hormones, they have fluctuations. So it means that there's hormones that regulate our body according to rhythms, according to cycles. So there's enormous variety of hormonal signaling, but the understanding of cycle is quite crucial to understand the disease and understand how we need to treat the disease. And now a little bit philosophy. So why it's so crucial to understand the idea of the cycles? Because we interact with uncertainties. Our uncertainty is a chaos that surrounds us in a daily life. We do not know what will be next, what will be tomorrow. So we need some adaptive mechanisms. Such adaptive mechanisms are based on cycles. So we need to repeat something. We need to repeat action. And that's how such cycles exist. A wonderful philosophical symbol, yin-yang, shows that there is an interaction between chaos and order. And in order, there is also a part of chaos that promotes the generative processes, while in chaos, there is an ability to create a system. And that's why there is a life cycle. We live, we grow, we persist in the adulthood, and after that, we age and die. And that's why our ancient philosophy says that there is an afterlife, yes? Just because the concept seems like there's an interaction between chaos and oscillations. Here is a wonderful example of why exactly cycles are so crucial. Despite the fact that our aging process, we do not see the cycle, but if we will take a look on generations and one cell that promotes generation, yes, I mean, when the child is born, it means that the system lives in time. And it's quite interesting to observe that such cycles exist within generation. And the problem is that we do not know at this point how exactly to interact at the late stage, and what exactly will be the concept, how to maintain our life. I hope you've read this wonderful book, Anti-Fragile. I hope that everyone who works in the field of longevity will read this book, because we need to deal with uncertainty and we need to gain from it. Or we need to be resilient enough, because at the late stage of aging, we are fragile. Some infection can cause, for the young person, it can cause just acceleration of the immune response and the education of our immune system. While at the late stage of our life, there is an opposite. So we do not know how to educate. So, and Nassim Taleb, a wonderful professor, mathematician, and trader, he developed the concept of the anti-fragile. So in our universe, there is three concepts of the systems. They can be fragile, they can be resilient, and they can be anti-fragile. What means anti-fragile? Anti-fragile means that it can gain from the chaos, it can educate itself. The wonderful example is vaccination. Vaccination is an anti-fragile concept. While if there is a autoimmune response on the vaccine, it means that our system is fragile. That's why the idea of modern treatment needs to be adjusted to this concept. Shall we promote anti-fragile concept in our body? So we need to vaccinate, for instance, anti-cancer vaccination, anti-COVID vaccination. So we educate ourselves to better react. Why we need to educate our healthcare system? Because we need to react, to respond much properly enough. That's why healthcare system is a wonderful example of anti-fragile. While a resilient system is an leukocytes, for instance, which can interact with the infectious disease, but still they persist in the same manner as it were doing it before. Okay, but back to reality. Psychological cycles, physiological, sorry. There is organ-specific cycles like heart, pulse rate, or lung respiratory rate. There's a hormonal cycles previously mentioned, sleep-wake cycle, menstrual cycle, and of course, dietary rhythm. In case of cardiac cycle, Why exactly it's so crucial for us? Because we need to promote blood circulation in the body. So this is the mechanism how it works. And cardiology is a wonderful example of discipline that works and investigates cycles. The same happens with the pulmonology, where there is also cycles, breathing cycles, which is so crucial to receive oxygen and to maintain our metabolism. There is also eating fasting cycle, which is endocrinological part. Yes, glucagon, insulin, my favorite one. There is also circadian rhythm, where there is a cortisol and melatonin interaction. So to wake up, to go to sleep. There's menstrual cycle as well. But the major difficult part is that those cycles overlaps. So how exactly we need to promote intervention into our body? For instance, respiratory sinus arrhythmia, which can be promoted due to inhale, exhale. There is like differences in the pulse rate. We also have found interesting insights in case of overlaps of the fasting and eating cycle. For instance, when we are talking about intermittent fasting, glucagon is increased due to acceleration of metabolism. We need to use our inner sources to promote energy expenditure. While we eat a high carbohydrate diet, we are promoting insulin secretion with the GLP-1, which promotes satiety. While we're talking about high protein diet, it's quite interesting because those cycles overlaps. We see that these hormones overlaps, and there is a unique action of those hormones. So to sum up, we see that our cycles can interact, and in some cases these interactions may promote diseases because of some uncertainties which reduce our health, which imbalance the cycle. And we will take a look on several examples of such kind of deviation of cycles. We will take a look on blood circulation and nutrient sensing and examples in case of cardiometabolic diseases. So in case of blood circulation, we won't go into details. There's a lot of diseases that surrounds blood circulation. We won't go into the definition and typing of arrhythmia, etc. But the major idea is that in some cases we need to understand that the frequency can be changed of the cycle. The oscillation, the amplitude can be changed, yes, because of several diseases that promotes it, for instance, heart failure. Yes, and it can be so crucial to understand how exactly we need to tackle such kind of deviation in cycles. For instance, in case of heart failure, we use ACE inhibitors. We use also B blockers. We use SGLT2 inhibitors, which will be in detail discussed tomorrow by Professor Postula. But I really wanted to show you that how exactly current existing, I would say, aging therapies works, which are in guidelines, etc. So we are treating diseases, we are promoting by interactions with endocrine system or metabolism. So, and we are changing some qualities. So we need to reverse the problem. We need to adjust the cycle according to the healthy style. And here's the two examples like B blockers. So it's adrenal receptor blockers, which we are using to increase the ejection of the heart in order to promote a better physiology of the cardiac muscle. While, for instance, ACE inhibitors, they are promoting changes in the periphery. So they are changing the sodium concentration in our body. They are also promoting the changes in the vasodilatation of the vessels, promoting better circulation. In case of atherosclerosis, most probably those who are in a biohacking activities, they like statins. They like to use statins before there is a problem with the hyperlipidemia. But when a patient has atherosclerosis and there's a high risk of a cardiovascular event and there's a high lipids, we prescribe statins in order to reduce cardiovascular events, and that's how indirectly we prolong patient life. In case of impaired nutrient sensing, it's so crucial to understand that there's a lot of obese patients that also impacts cardiovascular disease. Diabetes is so popular in Western world. So, and here is also a good example how exactly glucose level fluctuates and how it changed during the timeline, and the changes in the cycle of glucose and the cycle of hormones is so crucial in order to maintain a proper life. And by the way, this CGM is previously Evelyne showed. So it means that for us it's quite crucial because we can see how exactly we eat to maintain our life. In case of insulin sensitivity, it's one of the markers of the longevity. You can see that there is some fluctuation within cycles. There is a fluctuation in circadian rhythm, there is fluctuation in the menstrual cycle, and it can also deteriorate within time. Here is an example of a cohort of type 1 diabetes who received insulin therapy, and you can see that within time, of course it's cross-sectional, but still it shows the tendency that within time even type 1 diabetes has insulin resistance. So here is an example of medication that can enhance insulin sensitivity. That's why we can say that they can help us to promote life. Not all of them, but those who are like metformin, SGLT2 helps to reverse, to like extract glucose from our body. GLP-1 can enhance sensitivity. So technically, there are several drugs that can help us to live longer. But of course, it's so crucial to live a proper lifestyle. Previously, Evelyne also mentioned about the lifestyle and why it's so crucial to diagnose what happens with the cycles in our body. And there is in the current existing guidelines published by EASD, European Association to Study Diabetes, there's a lot of stuff about lifestyle. Here you can see also like why exactly good sleep is so crucial for glucose, insulin, for blood pressure, for lipids, for most other things. So the idea is that we need to maintain our cycles or to use these cycles not in a disturbed manner, but in a proper routine manner. We need to have a proper fasting. For instance, you need to have an intermittent fasting, not just fasting. Because, for instance, you can see in case of cortisol level, yes, within 24 hours, cortisol level will be increased during not intermittent fasting, but acute fasting. So it means that your body will react as a stressful condition. In case of nutrition, of course, Mediterranean is a wonderful example for cardiovascular disease, but if you adjust it with the low carb diet, it will be wonderful also for diabetes patient and obesity patient with obesity. Here are some examples of how we need to engage patients in order to promote health literacy. So, summarizing. There are several types of intervention that we need to tackle and need to use it within our life. We need to promote lifestyle in order to maintain proper lifestyle. And if there is imbalances within proper lifestyle, then we need to tackle it by medication. Or we start with supplements in order to promote proper microbiota, in order to promote antioxidant activity, or we need to treat age-related disease. And finally, unfortunately, I haven't put here a citation, but it's Professor Moskalev study where he summarized all the geroprotective. So previously what was crucial is that I mentioned about age-related diseases. So I mean that there is a disease, but we need also additional therapies that must prevent such disease. And there is some strategies, and you can take a look on them. Moskalev published a wonderful paper. It summarizes and helps us to understand, but it's crucial to understand that those drugs need to be used in order to help maintain cycles. You don't need to use supplements because of supplements, or just because they are good. No, you need to maintain physiological cycles, and it is quite crucial because you have no need to use supplements if there is no changes in your cycles, or if there is some imbalance, you need to maintain it before some initiation of changes in cycles. But just using medication because of you think that it's good, it's not good enough. We need to use medication accordingly to the context. Thank you very much.
I'm delighted to invite another Lithuanian, fellow Lithuanian, Dr. Marta Kobzevaite, that is focused on longevity. Companies she's consulting in longevity. Some of them are clinics, some of them are different types of businesses. But not only does she consult, she also works as a medical doctor at a private clinic. So, Dr. Marta, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Marta, and it's so nice to be here today with all of you and talk about our favorite topic, longevity, that is now driving the future forward, really. And it happened so that I was working as a doctor or as an operational manager in different clinics, a couple of countries, and I've seen that it's very different how client or patient interacts with physician or general practitioner and in private sector and in public sector. So it's completely different medicine and very different structure. So I thought I'll share a couple of my insights with you today. So current direction, we all know that medicine is switching from treatment of disease to preventing the disease. And that's how it should be. Very important, in order to achieve long-term good results, is cooperation between the client and the doctor. It must be ensured, because only like that we can ensure the best results, because then we educate the client, he stays with us longer, he understands the path of longevity that he's on. And actually, health should start when you are still healthy. This is very important, everyone, to remember. Another point, you cannot start longevity journey if you haven't fixed the first step. Recently, I had a client, she came to me and she said, I want that test because I've heard about that test from my friends and they'd done it and they were really interested and happy with the test. And that test was really super expensive and it's okay. I said, we can definitely do that, but let's look at your basics now. And then we started digging and we found out that she didn't have any basic blood work, any checkups done for 4 years. That's where I was trying to really educate her and said, look, okay, we'll do those advanced tests, but let's tackle the first step, because otherwise I will not be able to tell you which further test you should take. So she agreed in the end, but the emphasis here is about patients. They hear something here and there, longevity. Now the marketing is so active and really strong that patients just don't know where to start. But I think the best relationship between client and patient is when the client forgets he is a client. But the doctor should never forget he is a doctor. So what is today's client? since I am working in a private medicine. So I agree this client portrait may be a little bit different from the public sector, let's say, but maybe not always. But first of all, work. They work a lot. They are running a lot around, and they have business meetings. They have this, that, the kids. So they're constantly in a wheel. And then nutrition. Not everyone has time for good nutrition. They skip breakfast, or they take supplements instead of breakfast, or they go for a business lunch, but it's not really a balanced meal. Or even worse, they go to business dinners where alcohol is involved. So it's just all over the place. Their nutrition is all over the place. Movement. I see some patients that really do well on movement. They work out a lot. Some work out like 0. Some run 150 kilometers like once a week, which is, I think, also a bit too much. So we need to find out the right balance. It sounds very easy, but it's not. But these are the basics that we need to, and we are working with the clients to get. Here, I would like to remind you, Nobel Prize winner in 2002 in economics, Daniel Kahneman. And maybe some of you know his famous book, Thinking Fast and Slow. Unfortunately, we lost Daniel a couple months ago. But he said that the best you can do is contentment looking back. Meaning there are 2 types of happiness. The happiness here and now. We are here and now, and we have to enjoy this moment because we are gathering information, we are talking with each other. So this is happiness. And another type of happiness is the happiness when you look back to your achievements and you think, yes, I did it. Like you're running a marathon, it's really hard, you want to get out, you're thinking, why I even went there? But then when you finish, the magic happens. You start feeling that happiness and contentment. So the contentment looking back is really important, but you will not be able to invest in your life as much if you're constantly feeling tired or you can't sleep properly. So it all is tied very closely. So what is longevity from the client's experience? For clients, they want longevity because they want not only live longer. There's no point in living long and miserable, right? So they want quality of life, resilience, being dynamic, and being able to make decisions on time and sharp. I had one client recently, beautiful middle 40s woman. She was absolutely healthy. Nothing was wrong with her. And then all of a sudden she started developing panic attacks. She started developing anxiety, severe anxiety, and she even called the ambulance like 3 times in 2 months. So we checked her, we made a lot of tests, and yet we found nothing. And then we were talking some more and more with the client. And then when she trusted me fully, she opened up and said that, well, her husband started to be abusive. And that caused her such a mental stress. That stress mentally changed her and changed her body. And her body was not functioning anymore. So she did not have quality of life. She wasn't resilient to the stress around her. She wasn't being dynamic. She couldn't cope with this. And obviously, in that state, you can't make good decisions. So it's all tied. What I'm trying to emphasize here is that longevity is really tied to everyday life. And now I'd like to ask you, which car do you drive? What's your favorite car? And because imagine you drive an old car, which will get you from point A to B, but you're driving there and you hear some sounds and maybe it will fall apart, or maybe not, but you reach point B, it's fine. And now imagine your favorite car, newest model, the best you can ever imagine, and it's driving you from point A to B. And the journey is so smooth and so nice. Our bodies are driving us through life. So how do we take care of our bodies so we can actually tackle the day and be strong and make decisions and go forward to our goals? Well, luckily, we have epigenetics. And most of you probably know what that is, but epigenetics says that environment can switch our genes on and off. So basically, it regulates their function, like healthy living, healthy eating, things like that. They're very, very simple. Some are more complex. But if you try to do something better for your longevity, then you will switch your good genes. That will prolong your life. And if you do something that is opposite, for example, smoking, this will increase the switching of bad genes, and therefore your inflammation will be increasing in your body, and the bad genes that are slowing processes and decreasing your immunity. So next, I would like to talk about roughly 3 layers of longevity medicine. How does that implemented into our lives right now? One is really basic. It's a single doctor, general practitioner, working in a clinic, not longevity, just simple clinic, but he's interested in longevity. What does he do? So he reads a lot, he browses a lot, etc., but he is alone. But he tries to do best and give best for his client. Second level is coordinated team. They all might work in different places, like general practitioner there, neurologist in another clinic, and then there is a nutritionist, there is personal trainer, and that is the team that works for the patient. But third level, the highest, is longevity clinic. That's our goal, which is uniting elements under one roof. First, let's just go back a little bit. First layer, when the single doctor is trying his best to practice longevity. Well, he spent a lot of time in research. He has a little bit uncertainty of results because some results go directly to clients, so he needs to contact the client, so it's a little bit confusing. Then he needs to analyze the results, obviously, probably without AI. And conclusion, it's not always cheap to have that service, but unfortunately not always productive as well. But client relies on the doctor, and usually, however, manages the test himself. I don't know how many of you have been into the situation where the laboratory sends test results directly to your email. And then in 2 years, you go to me and I say, well, could you please show me your laboratory results in a year, in 2 years, and you start thinking, where did I have them? I definitely had them, but it's hard to remember. So that is the problem. When we go to another level, coordinated team working with the client, which I worked in every level actually. It's great. Everyone knows its job and no coordination is required that much, but it's still not great. And you do get higher quality service, but it is quite long and expensive, and a lot of third parties are involved. So client does have his GP, but basically he can also have his neurologist, personal trainer, so he might be a little bit scattered everywhere. And so still it's better to have a team than for a doctor to work alone, because only with a good team you can discuss the patient and give him the best treatment so he can achieve his goals. And the third one, longevity clinic, that unites elements under one roof. Well, there, medical staff and all the elements are working together. I remember when we were working in London, we had team meetings every single day in the morning, without patients, just the team. So we would discuss every single patient, what have we done, what will we do, what are the recommendations, what is this problem. So I think when a patient can have the team of medical staff working with him and having these meetings, this is much bigger goal could be achieved. And of course it's highest quality. It's a lot of investment though, investment in time and investment in money, of course. So I've been to multiple longevity clinics, and some of them are really good, and some of them are just naming themselves longevity, and that is unfortunate because they do not actually do what longevity clinic should do. And so for a client, if he goes to longevity clinic, he feels more safe, more protected, more cared about, for sure. Therefore, he will have better results. And it's great in theory, but it's still in the making a little bit. I mean, there's probably never No longevity clinic is fully ready right now, but some of them are working towards that. So where do we start? Obviously, we start now. There's nothing to wait for, and we do what we can. And we can do a lot, especially with this meetings like that, especially with what association is doing, Longevity Alliance Baltics, and that is creating the leadership and showing people, like gathering people, uniting people, and showing the direction that, okay, longevity should, this is what it is, this is the shape, this is where it's going. And this is very important, the last point, the unified education, because we have different education in different countries. So unified educations, and even here today with us, we have professors and that travel internationally, and they spread the word, and they make sure the education spread internationally. So let's not forget about the basics as well. Very important is stress management. It sounds very easy, right? But it's not. It's really not. I was asked by young parents that have a couple kids, very lovely kids, and they said, how do we start educating our kids early in longevity? We don't know where to start. We don't know what to do. Do we tell them about supplements? Do we tell them about something else? And my answer was, please try to educate them how to manage their emotions and how to manage their stress. Because if they have this coping mechanism, when they grow up, it's going to be much, much easier for them. And even simple things like that, it's a breathing box breathing exercise. You can also Google it if you'd like. This helps as well. So even these simple things help. We can, rely on them a bit more. And of course, how do we implement this in medicine? It's through 6P medicine, meaning client should be participating actively with the doctor in making the decisions. Okay, we are trying to set up your goals, we're trying to reach your goals. What do we do? Let's strategize together. Do you see let's strategize together is such a difference? Or as a doctor, I can tell you 20 things, I can write them on paper, and you will not do it because it sounds very boring. You don't see the reason to do it, you're not motivated enough. So the client should be working with the doctor. The medicine obviously is preventative, so we want to prevent, that's clear, and medicine should be predictive as well. If you have any predisposition for any disease, it's better to know it as early as possible. Obviously personalized. By public, I mean that I believe in some time, hopefully soon, this medicine will be democratized, that it will be available to more and more people to experience, because longevity people should be for everyone. And also, let's not forget the psychoactive part. This is that lady that I mentioned, that your mental state can really affect your body and distract its functions. So we are now shifting from remedial to longevity medicine. So it's a very, very exciting time to live, by the way. So the power of education, I cannot emphasize this enough. This is just a couple of things I wrote because I noticed that in my clinical practice. Sometimes patients really think pills can be used instead of food. And some patients really replace their food with supplements, which is weird, like 20 supplements, no breakfast, it's fine. But I think that's a big problem, and that is another part where we need to educate them, because there's a lot of misconception there, and we don't know how they act together. Also, you cannot improve anything you don't measure. That's a famous quote as well. So we should measure as much as we can. And we do that also with wearable devices. The wearable devices in longevity are necessary, like smartwatches, smart rings, stress management gadgets that stimulate your parasympathetic nervous system. And there comes artificial intelligence in medicine, obviously. And I like this quote that says, artificial intelligence will not replace a doctor, but a doctor using artificial intelligence will replace the one who don't or who doesn't. So I think that is true, and I'm very excited that this topic is going further. So basically, when we're talking about client and patient interaction in terms of longevity clinic light, the doctor is the client's partner. Then the doctor really is caring, looking after the client. He has control over him, in good control, and it's a hand-holding experience. Like, I can tell you as a doctor, like, steps for your longevity journey, but it's really hard to go through that journey. And if you have a doctor hand-holding you for that journey that you can call, ask something, have some meetings, it's much, much better, obviously, for achieving results. So key takeaways are very simple. Basically, yes, longevity clinics are not a necessity, but doctors specializing in longevity is the most important at the moment. We should start from what we can. And I think education, promoting education for doctors is the right thing to go, the right way to go, and the right thing to do. And we, with our Longevity Alliance Baltic, I believe we're doing the same and contributing to this important thing. And there should be one more slide. Yes. So let's connect. This is my LinkedIn. Feel free to write me, and I'm always happy to find the synergies. That's all. Thank you.
Maybe one or two questions. Do you have any questions from the audience? I'll repeat my question that I asked Dr. Evelyne. What do you do?
Yes, I do take supplements, a collagen. I like that. Other supplements are not necessary, but I would take iron because I was low on iron. But basically, in the morning, I like to write, I like to do a bit of a journaling. I used to hate it, but I think it's really useful for your thoughts if they are all over the place and you just write whatever situation. The thing is, what you see after some time is that every situation usually is same. There are just different topics of situations, but you act the same, and then you can recognize that, oh, I've been to this situation again. Okay, so what did I do? And what was the result? And then you can, once you start recognizing your thinking patterns, you can go back and see, okay, I don't like this result. I go back and see what did I do, and then change it, slightly change it. So it's a slow process, but journaling helps me with that. I do drink coffee. I like it. I do sleep quite well. I'm pretty strict on my sleep diet, and not really liking sports, to be really honest. So that's my minus, biggest one. And also communication with people, with your friends, with just belonging. Feeling of belonging, I think, is important. So I think that's it. Short pause, but I would like to now introduce my colleague, my dear colleague, Amit Goldman. She's a healthcare executive with big focus on growing healthcare startups and clinics. Amit is an associate and venture fellow lead at Digital DX Ventures, at Silicon Valley-based VC fund. She's also a head of partnerships at Lapsy Health and, of course, chief Outreach Officer at Longevity Alliance Baltics. So please, Amit, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. There's a little bit of a mistake Oh, you cannot see my slides. So yeah, I can see my slide here. So there's a bit of a mistake. On my way to here, I thought I wanna actually deep dive into how do Latvians live and what's happening to them. So I decided to tweak a little bit my title. And before that, please, I see a lot of you have phones. Could you guys please scan this out? I would love to learn what is the average expected future healthy life expectancy for Latvians. Could you just type that out? I would love to kind of learn what you think. I'm gonna give you a second while I'm gonna reintroduce myself. So I read that out, and honestly, I was slightly bit of shocked. And I decided to add a little bit of public health data to invoke the same feelings in your hearts as well, and hopefully your minds. What maybe I don't do professionally every day, but I also got my degree at Vilnius University Faculty of Medicine in Public Health, and somehow public health specialists kicked in me, and I couldn't help myself and prepare some additional things from what was written in the program. If you want to connect with me and learn a little bit more about me, these are my details. My name is Amit Goldman. Dr. Evelyne Bischof mentioned Longevity Education Hub, so I'll just mention it really briefly, that we're working on a course for medical professionals to learn more about longevity as well as investing in longevity. So let's get to the interesting part. Apparently, Latvians, they live quite okay, up to 73, years, which is less than Lithuanians. And me as that badass neighbor, I guess all of you have annoying neighbors. I do, at least, that we like to poke each other. So, well, Latvians a little bit behind, but still not too bad. And, but when we look into the European perspective, where we see that Latvia is literally at the bottom of the EU when we speak about the future life expectancy of men in European countries. When we look at the average expected future life expectancy of women in European countries, Latvia, again, is in the back, not at the really very end of the bottom. Lithuania is a little bit in front, but still we're guys at the back. But what does it mean? What does it matter? Does it even matter if we live up until 150 if we cannot move and we cannot do anything? How many of you want a life like that for yourself? So long life, good. We can achieve, high numbers. But what is the quality of life? Because, my life years and healthy life years, they are disability-free life years. And this is something that we really forget sometimes. So the average expected future healthy life expectancy of women in European countries, when we look at Latvia, it's, I don't know if you can see the number, but let me just highlight that. It's 55.4 for women. 55.4, let me repeat that again, for women. And Latvia was again in the back. So to cut a long story short, in most of the countries, women live longer. So, I'm gonna show you the statistics of men, but women were a little bit in front and men were a little bit behind. To be more precise, by 3 years. We can skip this because I have a lot of slides prepared, so I couldn't help myself because I think this is just fascinating. The average expected future healthy life expectancy of men in European countries, with Latvia being literally at the bottom. So if you are 52.2, you can do the maths. I think this is shocking. If on average men in Latvia live 68.8 and you minus out the healthy life expectancy, which is 52.2, you have 16.6 years of unhealthy years, which is quite a bit of the amount of your life. And for women, it's even worse. And honestly, I'm really curious what is happening with you Latvians. Tell me. In total, women live up until 79.6, which is a great number, right? Again, somewhere at the bottom, but not the worst. And 55.4 years of healthy years, which is when you minus the life expectancy, the healthy years, you have 24.2 years, which is quite shocking when you think about it. So again, Latvia is at the bottom of the both healthy life years at birth in the European Union with men and women. The years doesn't really correlate with the data that previously was from 2021, now it's from 2020. I guess the message is pretty clear. Just because you live longer doesn't mean you live well. Again, another interesting thing that I think is pretty fascinating since we're in the Baltics, that in Lithuania and Latvia, people have the lowest self-assessment of their health in the European Union. And Lithuania is literally on the bottom. Latvia is a bit better, even though you're, I mean, at least according to numbers, you're doing a bit worse. And when you look into the expenditure, how much money do you spend, Lithuania is orange and Latvia is second from the end. So not only you don't really feel good about your health, you don't really like spending money on your health and becoming healthy. And I really loved how so many doctors up here and medical professionals said that it's so important to do prevention and, you know, so important to take care of your health, but how many of us actually do? So I guess you've seen this guy before. He's not only the famous guy, Benjamin Franklin from the dollar bill, but he's also a pretty famous inventor. He said that an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. And he was also the inventor of the bifocal glasses. I guess a wearable device that at least a couple of you have on your noses. So a bit of a history of biosensors and the development of wearables from the beginning to the present. I will try to be brief, but in the 60s we had glucose biosensors that we did see Dr. Evelyne was using, and I guess she does recommend that for quite a few of her patients, to you know, completely new generation, 5th generation of sensors and devices that are being used to, you know, glucose contact lenses, tooth enamel sensors, epidermal tattoo sensors, and I guess there are quite a few things that the future is gonna show us. And why is that important? As Dr. Marta previously mentioned, when she was in London, they would sit down in her fancy clinic where she worked with other people, and they would discuss every single patient, right? But unfortunately, in other parts of the world, it's a little bit costly. So, and because it's costly, not everyone has access to the maybe best care or to the care that they, you know, maybe would want to get for the preventative reasons. And for that, we can, you know, lower the cost by using some additional technologies. So how many consultations do Latvians have? Yeah, it's pretty average, so not too bad. We're at the beginning. I don't know if I have, oh, I have laser here. We are, wait. We are right, yes, here are the Latvians, so not too bad. I mean, not the worst, but still could be better. And for that, as we spoke earlier, our future doctor is not going to be a robot. It's going to be a doctor that is augmented doctor who uses other devices to extend their practice. And in the future, we will have a doctor monitoring us thousands of times an hour. And actually, some of the doctors already do that. So when we speak about medical devices, there are different types of sensors that are used. I'm going to delve into that in a second. But also, what are the sensors used for patient monitoring, right? So for example, think of ECGs for prevention and for treatment. So monitoring, prevention, and treatment. So it could like cover quite a few different aspects of the medical circle, right? And again, I want to go back to Dr. Evelyne and her CGM on her hand. In 2018, there was a peer-reviewed study published by the team at Inside Tracker and me that showed that by tracking and computer-generated food recommendations could reduce blood sugar levels as efficiently as a leading diabetes drug, while optimizing other biomarkers too, which was pretty interesting for me at least. So there are different types of sensors, there are different types of tech, and I think it's pretty interesting that the tech that could be used to track and monitor our health can be used not only for, you know, people who are our age, right, but also, let's think beyond that, think about prenatal, up to geriatric patients. And when you think about prenatal fetal movements in the belly, while the fetus is still in the belly, right, to when the baby is born through the entire lifespan, when a lot of mothers, they buy the foot wraps or other monitoring devices for their kids at the beginning, for oxygen saturation, to smart clothing, to smart rings. I did see a couple of those here as well. Aura rings by our fellows from up in the north in Finland, smart watches, chest bands, medical earbuds, or even other sensors, for example, for fall treatment, for fall prevention and detection, sorry. And I guess you all have some sensors on you. There's one medical professional today with us who's actually working on a study on the wearables. Hello, I'm talking about you, yes. And I know that she needs some data, so if you have some insights, it would be awesome to talk to her afterwards. But not everyone knows what the sensors are for. So there are different sensors, right? So what do sensors do? I think that my slides are not updated. Could you try reloading them? Anyway, so let's get back to the different types of sensors and what could be tracked. Some of the things that could be tracked are as funny as underwear that could monitor, you know, it can have different biosensors within them and analyze the data. And it's interesting that in the 60s, you know, the jokes were made about that you know, there might be an instrumented suit measuring heart rate, blood pressure, breathing, and temperature will soon make a checkup in 1 minute. And it was literally published in the comic strip, and now we actually have that by Whoop, which is pretty interesting. And of course, the insoles with other biosensors. If you could like update the slides, I could even show some biosensors. I think it might be interesting to maybe see. Another funny thing, I think it's hysterical. You know, when you're tracking things, right? You sometimes can go, you know, all loco and track some really things that maybe not necessarily you need. So always be smart about it. But some of the more exotic ones was, I think recently, recently shared by Brian Johnson, one of the most famous biohacker himself, that he's tracking his own erectile erection throughout the night, which was pretty funny to observe. And while my slides are being updated, I want to take a look at the numbers. So, how long do you think Latvians live? Or maybe you want to just say that out loud. Do you want to share that? What you input? You don't, I guess, remember it. I'm sorry? So this is what we have. I don't know if you can see. So we have 80, 90, 70. Who said that? 90? Well, 80 is pretty interesting. But one thing that you guys missed, and again, we're sitting in a room of longevity experts. Well, we missed the future of healthy life expectancy. And this is something that is so often overlooked, that just being, you know, being in your bed until you're 120, it is an achievement, but is it, right? And what is the quality of our life? So really interesting to see that, but I'm really happy that you are so optimistic. Maybe, maybe we shouldn't be that optimistic. So, yes, and I guess I'll cover a couple of other things. I just wanted to show you a couple of biosensors that I had prepared. I guess it's not about tracking everything. I guess it's not about tracking everything every day, right? Even though not for everything it is needed. But some things could be tracked, especially when you know. Have you heard of the oh, okay. So this is something that I wanted to say. So in 2018, 30% of people in one of the studies committed to wear at least 5 wearables by 2020 for various purposes. I guess we barely could see at least one person with, I don't know, with 2 wearable devices in here. And again, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of what we do and what we track. So the types of sensors that we have, there are different types of sensors that are in those wearable devices. If you remember, there was a picture of, you know, the different lights in your Apple Watch that track different things, but also there are other biosensors that could be integrated in the wearable devices. So for example, chemical, physical, electrophysiological. And when we think about the physical, again, I've mentioned the falls for, you know, maybe geriatric patients, chemical biosensors, and electrophysiological, which is so fascinating that we can do that right now. Yes, so that we can do that for our patients. And another thing that is really important is that when you have so much data, you can actually analyze that data, and you know, having all of the wonderful algorithms developed by so many scientists all over the world to make sense out of the data, you can be a better medical professional, a better public health specialist, a better scientist, and help people live longer, maybe even up to 90 years, that was mentioned in the Slido questionnaire. And why sometimes you can monitor things throughout the time. Just a couple of interesting fun facts that on holidays, the experts, for example, see more snoring and higher heart rates, right? So you have other monitoring devices to track that. That maybe you wouldn't notice otherwise due to, you know, a higher temperatures or consumption of specific beverages. And what we want to do, we want to track all of that before we go into the ER and not after. So I guess prevention is the best medicine, as mentioned. And and first prevention and then life extension. And I think this is a funny thing that I thought I'll share. I met one of the professors, Oxford professors, in one of the events in London, and I right away noticed this thing. Do you guys know what that is? Anyone? Have you ever seen this thing? This is a very funny thing. Basically, have you heard of cryofreezing? So if you're very rich and you have a lot of extra money, you can spend that money on, for example, cryofreezing, because maybe you wanted to live your life however you wanted to. Maybe you were a little bit too late to the prevention, and maybe you just want to live forever. I do have a couple of friends who decided to cryo-freeze their bodies after their death. Mainly you can pick a couple of, I think there are a couple of plans that you can pick from. One, they just cut off your head and then we'll try to put it somewhere somehow, I don't know. Or you can cryo-freeze your entire body and then be revived in maybe thousands of years. Of course, you have to pay for that too. So I think it's really fascinating how people are looking to extend their lives nowadays, and I think that we need to think, what can we do step by step every day better in our everyday lives? And we can do that also by tracking. So thank you very much for your time. I hope it was fun. I hope it was a little bit at least shocking, because at least it was for me, especially to learn about the public health data of Latvians. So thank you. And
we're waiting for Nir.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks. We're waiting for Nir to enter. In the meantime, I wanted to say a few announcements, and then we'll sign an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, between Wearable Association, which is one of the main partners in this conference, Wearable Association, the Movement for Longevity and Quality of Life in Israel, and Stradins University Medical Center for the promotion of longevity, research, development, education. We'll read exact wording from the MOU. Just technically, after that, we'll have an additional reception, there's more food remaining for us to enjoy. You know, I want to already say some thanks because tomorrow there might be different people here. So I wanted to thank, first of all, the organizers of this event, the members of the Longevity Alliance Baltic, where I'm proud to be one of them. First of all, I want to thank Lev Dvornik, the Chief Operating Officer of Longevity Alliance Baltic, who pretty much held everything together, and without him, this thing simply wouldn't have happened. And all the others, thanks to Ugis Kletnieks also for a very crucial contribution in the organization. Thanks to all the other members of the Alliance, to Lika Levskaya, to Gleb Centners for even initiating the administrative part of this alliance, to Yuri for the general outreach, for partnerships, to Marta Kobzevaite and Amit Goldman for the outreach in Lithuania, did I forget? To Maria Koval for the graphic design. So thanks everybody who contributed their time and effort completely voluntarily without seeing a penny out of it or a cent out of it, even putting a few cents out of our own pocket. So once again, we feel proud to have contributed to this event, and we hope that it will be a seed to grow for the future. So thank you very much, and now we can proceed towards signing the MOU. If Nir is online, I know I pinged him several times, but I hope he joins. Lauris, let's move some furniture and sign some papers. That's for me also, later. So also a few words about it. There's also been work in the making for about a year and a half, thanks to Svjatoslavs, Kistkins, to Valdis Pirax. We've been building this cooperation between Stradins, Paul Stradins Clinical University Hospital to promote education, research in the longevity field, and now we can finally sign it, to formalize this relationship. So just formally, we'll be linked by common research and educational interest, including academic and clinical interest in health and longevity, and seek to develop cooperation and exchange in areas of common interest and expertise. So I'm very proud at this moment. Please make a lot of photos. This is an historical event. What about here, Barzilai? Is he on?
Yes, I'm on. Good morning from the United States.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Terrific.
By the way, I also have an honor to introduce Nir, because we've been collaborating at least for 10 years or more. He's also an Israeli, like me, very proud to know this amazing longevity researcher, one of the world leaders of the longevity field. So thank you very much for agreeing to be with us.
Yeah, thank you, Ilia. Thank to you and your friends, and for metastasizing geroscience, but in a good way. I think it's a movement, and anywhere we can get in the world is going to be helpful. I'm actually, I gave a lot of thought to what I want to talk about, and I'm kind of going to do a provocation, and I'll do it kind of short and hope that we can have a discussion, because this is something that is actually I'm very passionate about now. But in order to do the provocation, let me lay down some of the things that I think are obvious. I haven't been in your meeting, so I might repeat some things, but let me make some important points. First of all, remember that human lifespan throughout 100,000, 200,000 years of evolution was between 20 and 30 years old. It's only in the last 150 years that we made a progress. That's why it looks so steep. And it's quite an achievement that we, basically tripled our lifespan. By the way, 76 in the United States. I think it's better in most of the Western world. Now, when that happened, we got to the age of 60 and we started to accumulating variety of age-related disease, one and then the other, and treatments and antagonistic treatments, and we're accumulating this disease and ending in bad quality of life. And this is where we are now, and that's what we want to change, and I think we can change. The thing to remember that most of what we've done was prevention. It was really healthcare, environment prevention, like harnessing the agriculture and cleaning the water and building sewers and vaccination. And I think this concept is very important, because this is the concept around which we have to create this new history that we're talking about. Now, everybody knows that there's a biology of aging, because we know who's old and who's young. But I think the concept that the public needs to know that it's this biology that drives diseases. I have Alzheimer's in red because you can be born with and be homozygous for ApoE4 but you're not going to be born demented or be demented when you're a year or 10 year or 20 year or 50 years. You know, you need the aging process to bring it on. It's similar with the other things. And remember that aging can be targeted, so it can be delayed and it can, in some cases, stopped in reverse. And this is where it's important to realize from those 2 points that it's prevention that we have to think about. It doesn't make sense for me to concentrate on sarcopenia and frailty because they're end stage and they're very difficult. We want to prevent getting there. So this is what I'd like you to keep in mind. The other thing is, of course, the concept of hallmark of aging, and I'll show you another hallmark of aging, but I think the point with hallmark of aging that is so important is that, well, to become a hallmark, you have to show that it happens with aging, and if you could change it in your labs or even in humans, I'll show data that you live healthier and you live longer. But it's this connectivity between them that is very important. And this connectivity is very important when you decide that the drug is gerotherapeutic, it's here where you have to concentrate your preclinical data. And of course, there are gerotherapeutics, and the hallmarks have been a target, and you can target one hallmark, then affect the other. And of course, there are drugs that are doing that. And of course, that this is the current hallmarks, trying to give a little bit more explanation for that. Look, for me, it's, you know, I rather have the hallmarks separate than hierarchical, because, for example, from a drug development perspective, you can hit this hallmark, but also change this one and this one and this one. So from my perspective, all the hallmarks are equal from their potential. I'll make some more comments about it. So I just wanted to take now metformin as an example to connect everything together, to connect the hallmarks, the preclinical studies, the clinical studies as an example. And I'm going to do it very short. I could spend an hour on the slide that I'm going to tell you, but down below here are the hallmarks of aging, or let's say 9 of them, because this is an older slide. And the question is, this metformin that is starting outside of the cell, outside of the intestines, which one of those hallmarks it is going to hit? And well, metformin gets into the cell with an OCT1 transporter. It binds to the mitochondria, probably to complex 4 and not to complex 1, maybe both. And then on the left side, it has a variety of metabolic effects. And guess what? Those metabolic effects affect already 5 of the hallmarks of aging. On the right side, because it decreases oxidative you know, there's less DNA damage. And by the way, metformin acts without going to the mitochondria. And it's also xenomorphic, and it's also an anti-inflammatory. And so actually, metformin acts on all the hallmarks of aging. And let me explain this concept. I don't want to swear what metformin is doing here first, or any other drug, but it takes an old cell or an old organ or an old body, it makes it younger. And because it makes it younger, it affects a lot of stuff, okay? A lot of the physiology that is with aging. And for me, if you didn't show that a gerotherapeutic affects several hallmarks of aging, I kind of don't buy it. You know, statins is a very important drug. And it really saves a lot. And it's important for people who have high cholesterol. But if you give it to animals, you don't live longer. And statins is not affecting hallmarks of aging. There is a question if it affects inflammation. But, you know, it's not affecting the hallmark of aging. And the hallmark of aging are connected because of what I said. Because if you improve something, you improve for all of them. Now, metformin, and many know it, it has effect on human lifespan. It prevents diabetes. It prevents cardiovascular disease, cancer, cognitive decline and Alzheimer, and decreased mortality. But I want to make another point just to say, okay, those are diseases. How do you connect those diseases to the hallmark of aging? And we had really a good opportunity because of COVID. You know, when COVID came, there are papers all over the world that people on metformin survived better, significantly better, and had less hospitalization. And that led to a clinical study that was done in the United States, published in New England Journal of Medicine, and showed that metformin, unlike other drugs, have decreased hospitalization and death significantly. This was followed by Lancet, where it shows that people who were treated with metformin had also a significant, you know, more than 60% decrease in long COVID. And the point here is when you have a gerotherapeutic, you can show that it affects not only metabolism, which people assume that that's all metformin is doing, but it's not, okay? But it affects immunity too. And now when people have COVID in the United States, the most prescribed drugs within first days of COVID is metformin and not anything else. Just to make the point that those drugs are acting on the hallmarks of aging. Okay, now I'm getting to what I really want to tell you. So several years ago, we published this paper, and the idea was to look at FDA-approved drug, okay? They are approved, okay? And I'll tell you what it means in a second. And to see, to see what is the evidence that they can help us in basically preventing aging. And so in order to come to the list, what you have to be is to have an FDA-approved drug and to have at least one study that shows that you give it to animal and they live longer. And those are the drugs that we started with. And there is a 12-point scale here. 6 of those are for the preclinical studies, which means, are they affecting hallmark for aging? Do they improve health span? Do they improve lifespan? And 6 are for data that we have in humans. And of course, a lot of drugs haven't been assessed in humans from this perspective. And you see that this is how it ranks. And I can answer a thing about it, but let me tell you the paper that we published later is a follow-up. And in this follow-up, we updated the data that was coming from many other sources. Beta blockers became with some evidence that it's a gerotherapeutic tool. But look at who are the first 4 that are leading the charge here. It's the SGLT2 inhibitor, metformin, biphosphonates, and GLP receptor agonists. By the way, the biphosphonates is an interesting story, which I noted several years ago when I read a paper. Somebody sent me a paper that shows that women on biphosphonate in ICUs are not dying. Okay, it was kind of an amazing thing. But apparently there's a lot of other studies, including lifespan study, but not in ITP, and very convinces human data from clinical study. And it's kind of number 2, 3. It shares same effect with metformin. By the way, I think it's an opportunity to try and connect it better to aging. Must be something in the bone marrow, rejuvenating of cells. You know, I don't know, but it's really kind of interesting. And of course, the GLP receptor agonists that are there, and I'll talk in a second about it. I'll just give you some. Oh, and another thing is that 3 of those drugs have been shown to affect the severity of COVID. So to give you the example of SGLT2, which is fascinating just because SGLT2 inhibitors were supposed to be the most specific drug ever. SGLT2 we thought is expressed only in the kidney. And if we inhibit SGLT2 in the kidney, the glucose is not absorbed. So if you give it to diabetics, their glucose goes out in the urine and their sugar comes down, right? The glucose comes down in the plasma. And so we never expected that such a specific drug will have such overwhelming effect. But here, if you give it to animals in the ITPs, in particular male, they live longer. And in clinical studies, and I take just one, but there are so many clinical studies, a lot of them in New England Journal of Medicine, when people take and followed over 32 months, that's not a long time, then a lot of the outcomes like renal specific outcome, cardiovascular specific outcome, and overall mortality are significantly decreased. And I just want to make sure that you know, we are not going to show longevity as an endpoint of any of those drugs. All we can show is that in a period of time, if we have a significant decrease in mortality. But think about it. SGLT2 is developed for diabetes, and all of a sudden you see that it affects the kidney and the heart. And most of the people on SGLT2 now are not diabetic even. There are people who have starting to have failure, kidney failure or have cardiovascular disease. So it's clearly not that diabetes is the most important thing here. And the effects are remarkable. And really, that's the only drug that has a total 12 points from our perspective. The GLP-1 agonists are gaining traction, and it's also a drug that was actually developed for diabetes. And I'm a diabetologist. I'm in clinic on Thursday mornings if I'm in town. For 7 years, we're using those drugs, and they changed how we treat diabetes because now a diabetic patient comes, he gets those drugs, the drugs improve insulin secretion, decrease glucagon level, they decrease weight, and that's it. You're done with diabetes in a lot of those patients. So we knew it's good. But now it's for obesity. And with obesity, you show studies like that death from any cause is decreasing, but certainly composite for cardiovascular disease and a lot of those. But hey, it's cardiovascular disease, it's Parkinsonism, right? Every day we hear something new with those GLP-1 agonists. So those are really good studies. Those are studies with, here, 16,000 people. Half of them are placebo. Those are great clinical studies that shows outcome of diseases and mortality. So I'm saying, you know what? When I ask this question, would you rather give a gerotherapeutic or a supplement that we don't know anything about it? And I'm not asking you guys, I cannot see you, but I'll tell you, it's very intuitive that geroscientists, lay people, and doctors will say, no, I rather take supplements. And I think this is crazy. Okay, because when you have FDA-approved drug, you have the safety. Okay, you don't have it on any supplement, in any combination of supplement. We don't know what they're doing, and we don't know what they're doing in individual. You have efficacy. Okay, we know the efficacy of those drugs on several diseases that they are treating. We have years of data. Metformin was probably 80 years out there. Okay, we have a lot of data. Why would we give a supplement and not use any of those 4 drugs that I told you? For example, I'll take metformin as an example. Metformin was repurposed, not by the FDA, okay? When you have a drug FDA approved, any physician can legally use the drug for any indication. At first, metformin was used for obesity because people on metformin lose weight. It's not, we have GLP-1. It's not the best drug to lose weight. It's the first drug of choice for women with polycystic ovary syndrome. The DPP, the diabetes prevention trial, have shown that it prevents diabetes in non-diabetic. And I showed you that also for COVID, for a new onset of COVID, within 3 days, you give metformin. This is already being purpose. It's not all people with diabetes, and there are lots of indication. So why wouldn't we use metformin to prevent aging? Well, let me make another point before I'm answering this question. Why metformin is not approved for aging, right? It's because aging is not considered a disease, okay? And this is a different story. We can talk about it. But if it's not a preventable condition, healthcare providers don't have to pay to the clients. I just want to say metformin is the cheapest drug in the formulary, so it wouldn't be a problem. But also, if healthcare providers are not paying, then pharmaceuticals needs a business plan, okay? And of course, they will not develop drugs. A lot of the pharmaceuticals are kind of on the fence. Some of them are in, some of the fence, but it's clearly something that we had to work. And I'll tell you that the TAME study is going to be launched soon. I hope still it's going to be 2024. Basically, to show the FDA that one drug can prevent a composite of diseases, and we'll learn more about it from biomarkers and other things. But why all those 4 drugs are not used? Because I think what we need to do, and what I'm busy doing now, is finding more specific indications, okay? For example, if you're below the age of 50 and taking metformin, you're crazy, unless your biological age is 70, okay? Some of the things, you know, there's an antagonistic pleiotrope hypothesis of aging. What's good for you when you're young can turn against you when you're old. You know, you need a lot of cholesterol when you're young, but if you have a lot of cholesterol when you're old, you get into problems. And it's the same the other way around, and it's the same with drug. For some of the drugs, you need a breakdown in order to be effective, or some physiology of aging. Metformin in young people will decrease IGF-1 level, which is good in young and really bad in old people. Was proven by our group very convincingly lately. It also decreased testosterone in men. And just like rapamycin, it's an mTOR inhibitor. So if you're going to build your muscle, it's not going to work. If you want to improve your muscle, it will work if you're old. So it's important to actually have an indication. And that's what we're trying to do. And we're doing it with the Academy of Healthspan and Lifespan Research, where I'm the president with the Healthy Longevity Medicine Society, and with George Kushel groups that are creating educational material. But this is the table that we're working on, and that's the last slide that I'm showing you. Okay, we put all those drugs, and we ask, okay, which age? Okay, which age? And we might have a different, and we might not have, but I think that in order to start this experiment, we'll start with, you know, with an old age. And this is really the point I'm making. It's probably, we're going to start it in old age. It's possible, for example, that senolytics will be better at over 75, okay, when you have a lot of senescent cells. So the age is going to be important. The sex is important. And I'll tell you, a lot of those drugs don't have sex specificity in human that we know about, but they do in animals. And I think it tells us something. So SGLT2 works, for example, in the ITP, works on extending lifespan in male. There are some rumors that females with SGLT2 accumulate SGLT2 in the brain. I don't know. This is all coming out, but it might be that SGLT2 is going to be for men. Metformin is for both, but you know, we don't know really, because when there are big studies with metformin, they adjust for sex. Adjusting for sex is not the same as let's look the effects in women and let's look at the effect of men and see if there's any significant difference between them. So I think sex difference might come in several drugs. I think most of our data from biphosphonates are in female. And GLP-1 seems to be good at both, but again, we don't know really. Some drugs are better. This is, they're all actually a little bit better. Those are a little bit better, but of course, if it's about obesity, so think about it. You have an obese person over 65, one thing you could do is give them a GLP-1 for a couple of months, let them lose weight, and then, put them on metformin or something like that. We could do a combination. If you have pre-diabetes, you could use some, but probably not that. If you have renal disease, then those drugs have been shown to be better, heart, others. So in other words, what we're hoping to have in the next few months is a major publication that's kind of telling the story. Those drugs are out there. They eventually they obviously are working, and we should use them more and carefully because we don't want to kill everyone. And let's find an indication for your patient who comes to you and say, I want to do longevity. Let's do it. So let me stop here. I don't know if what's the time like, Ilia, but take it over and I'm ready to discuss. But I like to know how I'd like to get some feedback about this concept.
You can speak from the place or to the microphone, whatever. Questions? I see somebody wants to ask a question. 1, 2, 3. Go on. Please, Yuri. And I forgot to thank you as well, Yuri. Oh, I did.
Thank you very much for your fascinating talk. A question from your personal preference. What would you suggest to use as a life-extending safe drug at the current situation, current knowledge, actually?
Well, I think, first of all, I have questions like that also in Hallmarks. So if he had 5 daughters, and I ask you who's your favorite, would you tell me? I don't want to tell you. I'm telling you we have the data, and at the end it will be personalized. Look, 3 to 6% cannot tolerate metformin. Okay, some drugs are, if you're a woman and you're not pre-diabetic, if you have osteopenia, even not osteoporosis, you should do that. I think that's what we're trying to do. I think there's evidence for all of those. There are between 10 and 12 in evidence, and they're out there, and I really don't want to have a preference here.
One of the questions that comes up, and thank you very much for your insight and giving us your insight in this whole area, is that when people get older, they're also not just on one drug. And how much of a challenge then does it become, or are there some advantages with certain approaches versus others around drug safety, drug-drug interactions and all these sorts of things, if it's going to be implemented at scale and within the general population? I just wanted to know your viewpoint on that.
Yeah, so that's very important. And the reason we're working carefully on this paper is that when you have a paper like that, a clinical study, you have all the major figures, which I showed example, but then you have a table. And the table can be in the main text or in the supplement, where they're going to see if you're older than 60 and less than 60, if you're male or female, if you have heart attack or not heart attack, if you're on this drug or on that drug. So we might get this information, but if you look at those studies on people that are over the age of 65, you know that they're taking multi-drugs. And certainly there could be interaction, but not obvious one. So I think you have to assume that they are drugs, but the gerotherapeutic major side effect was increase your, and by the way, you're saying live longer and longevity and stuff. I'm focusing on health span, right? We want to increase our health span. And I think that if you take a gerotherapeutic on top of other drugs, you're probably you're going to do it. But look, for example, what happens if somebody in the future take metformin and rapamycin? By the way, some people do. Well, I said both of them are inhibiting mTOR, and inhibition of mTOR is okay, but there's also maybe too much inhibition of mTOR, or maybe you inhibit mTOR so much that you cannot even sustain your muscle, okay? So we totally want to be conservative. We totally want to get data, and we totally want to drive it to personalized medicine, okay? And that will take time. But that doesn't mean that we don't use those drugs in the meantime.
Thanks. Yes, Ugis, please.
So methylene blue is quite popular in this year, and what do you think, and will you recommend to patients?
Sorry, which drug? I'm sorry, which?
Methylene blue.
Oh, methylene blue. Yeah, I hear people experimenting with that. You know, the other drugs have, you know, the strength of the evidence is very important, okay? When you have a study with 16,000 that is run, you know, very strictly, the evidence is very compelling. The methylene blue is such an interesting story, and I totally believe it, but the strength of the evidence is not there. Again, there are two things. There are the strength of the evidence and do I believe it? I believe it, but the strength of the evidence is not there. So I would say for now, and by the way, in this paper, we're taking just those 4 drugs, okay? Okay, you can look at the other drugs. You can use the other drugs, but we're taking only those drugs because of the strength of the evidence.
More?
Shalom, Nir. Pleasure to see you.
Hello.
What do you use? What do you use? What do you do to extend your life?
No, I'm not, again, I'm extending my health span, okay? I hope my life too, but let me just comment on that. You know, for me, it's the same mechanism, okay? It's the same mechanism. If you extend your health span, so you avoid disease, you also live longer, okay? But it's not quite that. It's not quite that. It's a longer discussion, but it's not always quite that. But let's sell it as extending our health. Let's say that the side effect is you live longer. I don't know if you can afford to live longer, for example. But I'm doing 2 things that I think are helping me most. One is I'm on metformin. And by the way, I'm planning to take a vacation of metformin and go to SGLT2 just because I'm personally want to get data on me, okay? And I'm not going to tell you what will be the data, but I have a longevity doctor, and we discuss what test I'm taking before, what I'm taking in 3 months, and how do I make a decision of which drug to do. The second thing that I think extends my health span, improved my health significantly, is intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting works more for men than for women, and it's also individual. But intermittent fasting, which means I'm fasting at least 16 hours a day, probably the average is closer to 17 or 18 hours a day, is something that helped me in so many ways. From my body composition, from my concentration, for my muscle mass, you know, many things without impairing my joy, you know, the fact that I can eat whatever I want eventually, or in few hours is really, you know, making my life still very, very joyful. So if I had to make the first recommendation, I would say, hey, for me, those things have worked.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nir. I think this concludes our session for today, exactly on time, second by second. Thanks for being such an amazing audience. Special thanks to Roland Slapoki also for the moderation. And welcome to enjoy the food below at the usual place. And we meet tomorrow at the same time. And thanks.